Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your mercy nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey y'all, hey y'all. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion. I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior. I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior. I will go, go, go. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will stand strong.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is September 28th. We have a great show planned for you. We're actually on episode 27 of our series, Universal Language Codes and Symbols. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. The purpose of this series was several folds. The main thing I wanted the family to get out of this initially was an introduction to what truly metaphysics is. And then as it started to evolve, like all of our series usually do, we got into the deeper side of what spirituality really is about, what the soul is about, what your ego is, and the difference between ego and soul. All right, so we are going to continue on with this series tonight, and of course we have a few updates. Child, we got to go over. All right, I'm sorry, y'all know how we get. I was gone for a couple of little weeks, so the auntie moment was backed up. And then Brother Sean was on, so he had to put his commentary on there. So we'll try our best to stay on track, but yeah, hey, it is what it is, okay? So before we get started, I want to send a shout out to the YouTube family, those that are watching. Shout out to the YouTube chat. Shout out to son Scotty. He's in the house. He's working. Shout out to Sis Sylvia, Sis Sandra, Brother Sean, RDT, Kimba, Sis Thelma, Sis Copper Colored, Sis Alicia, Sis Stephanie, and Powhatan, man. All right, so let's get started. Let me bring on Sis and Brother Sean. Let me turn this light down. Yeah, it'd be dark, but this light be straight up in my eyeballs, and I can't take it. All right, so let me bring on Sis Sandra first. Peace and love, Brother Lance. All right, sis, there you are. Peace and love, sis. How are you? Let me turn on this
peace and love to you too.
Recording
sis.
in progress.
How are
Peace
you?
and love.
How are you?
I have sinus today, but I'm fine.
Oh no, you don't have sinus infection, do you?
Oh no, this is my fall. I get sinus in the fall.
Yeah.
I used to get it in the spring.
In the spring, now
but
you
no,
fall.
I'm not falling backward,
Okay. Okay. Well,
it's cyclical.
It is. It is.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Thank you. Yours too.
Okay.
Hey, Brother Sean. I said hi to Brother Scotty. I was wondering why it didn't work.
Yeah.
He's not there.
He got to get his coin. So he said
I
he's going to be
hear that.
listening. So let me bring Brother Sean in. I think you could. There you are. Peace and love, Brother Sean. How are you?
Wholeness and power. I'm good. How y'all?
Wholeness and power to you too, brother.
Doing good.
Doing great.
It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise. I'm ready to get it on.
Oh boy, child, we go. I got off the air last week, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, them poor people. We went on and on like we was in the living room just
running some
shit down. Y'all, see y'all, okay. You are of a certain generation. You may never have witnessed when your aunt, uncles, them come over, mom and them, and baby, they get to running that shit down. Child. And I'ma tell you something. You don't get to participate in that conversation until you've reached a certain level of maturity. Because you couldn't have told me a damn thing when I was able to sit and have coffee with mama and my aunties and them. I'm like, oh shit, I done all right. Okay, and then the conversation wasn't about me, what I was supposedly and allegedly doing. But anyhow,
Mhm.
so, we
But on the
apologize
flip
up in advance. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
on the flip side, for the men, is when you got old enough to have that first beer with your uncles and stuff.
Mm,
Oh,
coming of
yeah.
age.
That's true. That's so true. That's a good point. Very good point. Okay, so we'll try, but y'all know how it is. If somebody testing our nerves, you're gonna get that work. It's just that simple. So shit. All right. So sis, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
You know, I didn't bring this up last week, and I think this is going to be news eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I was listening to Alex Jones,
Ugh. Yeah, go
and
ahead.
and there was a pastor there. He was on the telephone call,
Mm-hmm.
Rodney Allen Brown, and
Mm-hmm.
he's from Florida,
Oh
and
Lord.
he was in South Africa
Mm-hmm.
or Africa. I can't remember South, but this is what he said. He said that the weaponry that the
Mm.
United States is sending to Ukraine is ending up in Africa.
Interesting.
Because,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I thought that was kind of like, what? Uh, because they plan on creating problems between two tribes. I don't know which, I forget which ones he said. I think it was the one that uh, overtook their president. They had the coup against him,
Mm-hmm.
and that then they wouldn't get Macron the uranium because once they got their president out of power, I think that was it Guinea. I'm not sure, but anyway,
Is you talking about what that 34-year-old general then took over?
Let me
Yeah,
let
I don't
me
know if
let
he's
me
34. Could be,
So we think
could
that's
be.
South Africa, y'all?
Oh, they in bed with Putin. They didn't already said that Putin has always been on their side, that Putin and Russia wasn't involved in slavery at no point. All this, that, and the other. Yeah, they didn't hook up with Russia. And they
Okay, so
talking
then
about
they're planning to make war against them. They're
It's
going to
no,
not
start a
Niger,
war with
is
them.
it, y'all? Not Niger.
Niger? I don't know. I can't remember which one it is.
I can't remember the name of it, but I was just watching it the day before yesterday, and they
Yeah,
talking about they
Oh, Guinea is
reclaiming
on
their
here
gold.
too. Okay.
Yeah, they say that they reclaiming their gold and diamond, their
all that
mineral
stuff.
mines, and
Hmm.
everything. They
And
say they're taking it
Macron
back.
and
Go ahead,
Macron
sis.
says he gonna get his stuff. So the Ukrainians are having the weapons from the United States supposedly for their war, but it's going over there to make war between those tribes because they have stood against Macron, I guess. This is my supplication that they're going to fight each, like that, the monks go in and create a war between two
Uh-huh.
tribes.
Yeah, I automatically think about Diary of an Economic Hitman.
Exactly. Hmm.
Uh
Going in there to get your golds and
huh.
your
The natural
uraniums,
resources, and
the
then once
natural resources.
and
Yeah.
once they finish with the war, they're gonna slap that debt on them.
Hmm.
And then
Yeah.
if they're not already have a central bank,
They'll
um,
put one in there.
exactly,
Hmm.
exactly. See, we know the playbook.
Yeah, but it's they're up for another war because the Europeans is going to start colonizing again because they put their leader out that was probably sympathetic to their cause and giving them their resources, probably at dirt cheap, and not at the value that it should have been. But the young man that took over, you said he's 34, brother. And he, she
Yeah,
said he's
Burning
not giving it to him.
Imposter or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so this preacher was saying that they know it over there in Africa that this is what they're going to try to do. They're aware of it. That they're a target for the globalists to come over there and try to take them down by making them fight each other.
Now here's
So
the thing. Thank you for bringing this info, sis. This is the part that frosts my tits.
I hear that.
It's the same script. So
Yeah,
this is leadership issues in these countries. Because
exactly.
anytime you have to continually reach out to somebody that's outside of your particular nation, this, that, and the third, to come in and assist you with XYZ, 4, 5, and 6, but you're sitting on natural resources, you got a problem. Either they've already been placed in that position by the said opposing colonizers. It doesn't matter if it's Russia, it doesn't matter if it's France, it doesn't matter if it's the United States. Okay? Either they've already put them in power, or they got in power and they're corrupt. Okay? Now, the thing of it is, how many times are they going to be able to run the same script on said people?
I know that's right.
Now, this just Rhonda. This just how I roll. You don't get too many times to fuck up with me. Okay? One fuck up, okay, yep, I can understand that. 2, no. And it's the same fuck up? No, we're done. Africa has a history of this happening over and over and over and over and over and over again. It doesn't matter which one of the nations it is. Just go down the list, put your finger on that motherfucker, and it's going to be the same story all over again. And for the people to allow this shit to go on, it's just, I can't even wrap my mind around it. And in the meantime, they're living in such poverty. Yeah, such squalor. Okay? So now I know a lot of people like to brag about Ghana. People like to brag about South Africa. Come on now. Stop bull. Now you could, like we said last week, you can lie to me, but when you lie to yourself, okay? Because they was going around trying to get quote quote African Americans to go over to Ghana 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
They don't tell you the horror stories when they get over there. And mind you, this is not the first time that this Back to Africa movement has gone on. It went on right after the Civil War, went on before the Civil War. It's the same fucking
1828.
script. It's the same fucking script. Okay? So what the hell is wrong with the people at this point?
Well, I'll tell you what's right with them.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't take them vaccines.
Since you just want to bring that, I don't care if we say the dog and cross the motherfucking street. He didn't take the vaccine. We ain't on that right now. Be patient with me.
That's something that's right with them, but
okay.
Because they always follow those things with them. That's what I'm saying. They always let them come over there and do their experiments on them. So they didn't do that this time.
But my problem with them is y'all got a standing fucking army.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I ain't heard not one general or nobody in the military over there say anything about the quote unquote African Americans here.
Mm-mm.
You ain't got not one invitation to join a army. You ain't got not one invitation for political asylum.
Right.
Nothing. You ain't got not one phone call about shit that pertain to you. Everything
Mm-mm.
they over there that they trying to do. They trying to do for motherfuckers that's in they goddamn bloodline,
Exactly.
motherfuckers
They're
that's
they're
in they
people.
tribe.
Exactly.
They ain't thinking
Tribal.
about motherfuckers all over the goddamn planet that's melanated. You think they thinking about a melanated person in Australia
Mm-mm.
or any goddamn place else?
Mm.
If you ain't right there with them in that goddamn tribe, you can be 2 goddamn miles away and they don't give a fuck about you.
Right.
So I just don't get this sucking on the tip of Africa shit when everybody's still trying to motherfucking come here.
Come on now. Testify.
No matter how much they talk about what they doing over there, what they gonna take back, this, that, or the other, they still bringing their asses over here the whole while. They
Yep.
come here and learn,
Yep.
and they take that shit back home. And then when they come up with something, people talking about, "Ooh, look at what they doing in Africa." You motherfuckers came and got it from the Indians right here.
Sure did.
People all over the world come here to learn.
Yep.
And what do you think they're being taught? Our indigenous shit.
Yep.
We responsible for every motherfucking thing, good or bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately.
But I digress.
No, very, very, very good point, brother Sean. So I'm not trying to not have compassion, but on the other hand, I call foul. And when are
Mm-hmm.
people gonna stand up and say this is not
Enough.
acceptable?
Yeah.
And as Africans, I would be embarrassed. I really would. I would be embarrassed because it's your own people either grossly mismanaging or selling out. And how the hell is that acceptable? Because for all of the glory that they gave South Africa and the apartheid, y'all still know that that wealth only went to once they quote quote lifted apartheid, and I put that in quotes, okay, because it was all a game, it was a shell game, but nonetheless people for the most part still did not get the wealth. Okay, now you could call yourself going over there if you want to, unless you tied in to somebody over there, you finna get your fucking pockets fleeced. Okay? That's the way they look at the American as really just dollar signs. Okay? Because they know you're not their people. Okay? So again, this is nothing new. These coups are nothing new. Either it's one or two things, like I said, they are grossly incompetent to run a nation, or they are planted there and they're on the take anyway. But either way, how is that shit acceptable? You've had a whole century of the same thing. I don't understand how that's acceptable. Okay? So we have to start being honest with ourselves and stop pointing the finger out at other people regarding leadership. Because when you are a leader, and that's whether it's self-appointed, because you know a lot of motherfuckers want to self-appoint themselves. With leadership, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
No, I'm just saying, you know what about these motherfuckers that's claiming to be big chiefs and everything. Everybody a chief now. Everybody an emperor. Everybody a king. Everybody got some goddamn title, but none of the responsibilities that
That's
go
my
along with
point.
those titles.
That's my point. And I've talked about titles for years now. And I told you that with these titles, they hold a certain frequency, vibration with them. Okay? Now, again, you want to put these titles on yourself, you got to own all the responsibility, the good and the bad. You don't get to fucking pick and choose. Oh, you know, I'm going to get all the glory because I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, I'm that. And then when it's time to get shit done or shit go wrong, everybody want to, scatter like roaches, including the said person with the leadership title. And nobody holds anybody accountable. That's not fucking acceptable. That's not leadership. And that's why things never get done. Because we're not being honest with ourselves. Okay? Now, of course, as y'all could see, that just wasn't about Africa. That spans across here in the motherfucking U.S. too. Okay? So, me personally, I'm just telling you how my mind works. I don't keep hearing the same shit over and over and over again, the same script. And I'm finna be sitting up here pointing the finger. Nah, bruh. Nah, sus. I watch patterns. I told you, I watch patterns. Okay? Africa has to solve Africa's problems. Anytime you're reaching out to someone else outside of your said family, tribe, nation, whatever, there's always a deal that's to be made. And what does that say about your leadership? That they have to do that. These are the things that we should be paying attention to. Okay, so I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead on. So what else, girl? Shit. Russia ain't doing that out the motherfucking kindness of their heart. Go ahead on, sis. Shit.
Well, he's there to minister to the people, the preacher. He's been there about 3 or 4 times, and
a melanated preacher or a Caucasian preacher?
Caucasian. And
wait.
Caucasian. And they know the game over there. He was talking about they know what's going on, how they've been used. The thing is that I recall, as far as the coup was concerned against that president was in the pocket of the globalists. Yeah. And these people, isn't that what you read, Brother Sean?
Oh, yeah, of course he was a puppet. He was placed there.
Yeah, the president was, yeah. And I guess they got
Ain't
tired
that
of
the script everywhere?
Because it's both sides. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to see. It doesn't matter that Russia coming in as white zaddy. It's still the same fucking empire.
Yep.
What does that say about your leadership and the people? Because I'm going to put it on the people, goddammit, too. Because, see, you're not finna sit up and keep lying in my motherfucking face and think you finna keep getting my support. It don't work like that. What does that say about them?
They're asleep at the helm.
It's the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's Russia coming in. It doesn't matter if it's China coming in. It doesn't matter if it's France coming in. It doesn't matter if it's the U.S. coming in. Why the fuck can't Africa solve its own problems? That's the fucking fundamental issue. There's no excuse for it.
It says,
Yes, sir.
uh, Russia is just allegedly supposed to be lending them some money and letting them become a part of BRICS, but it's actually up to them to do the work because Putin say he ain't sacrificing none of his soldiers for that shit. He said, I'll give y'all money, but for him, that works in his favor.
Exactly. Because it's got to be an upside for him.
Yeah, because everybody else is against him. The whole European Union, France, and all them, they against him, siding with the United States and everything. And they allegedly and supposedly against him because he over there busting up their labs, they underground tunnels and whatnot. Everything that they Ukraine operations, he's interfering and all that. So everybody pissed at him now. He's he's out of the club like Trump is allegedly and supposedly out of the club. And he's also been threatening to tell the truth about Antarctica and back out of the Antarctica Treaty. This, that. Putin talking a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
I just think it's excellent programming.
Exactly. Because I'm like, yeah.
It's a damn good show. It's all I can say.
Yeah. Yeah. Because again, what does that say about the African leadership and the people when you have to constantly have white zaddy come in and save you? What the fuck I need you for, nigga, if I gotta go get another nigga to do what you supposed to do? I run that for the slow ones in the back. Now, and this is anything in life. What the
Say it
fuck
again.
do I need you for if I have to go get another nigga to do what the fuck you supposed to be doing? See, I don't know
Drop a
how
bomb,
y'all
sis.
roll, but
Sis,
you gone. You're
drop that bomb.
useless to me. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Drop
Brother
that
Sean.
bomb.
Shit.
Drop that bomb.
I said I wasn't gonna get on this tonight, but it's just common sense.
You can't help it. It's really important to for us to stand on our own 2 feet and keep our own resources. They say they in some areas, it was some other African countries said they didn't know how to mine their diamonds and that kind of stuff. Read a book, go to school. Send one of your people over here to
But
learn.
don't when they let these companies in, they
I don't
wind
go let
up
them in,
mining the same diamonds.
and they kill them. They kill the native people for mining their own diamonds.
No, well, yeah, that's true, but they also put them to work to mine their own diamonds at pennies
Yeah,
on the
they do,
dollar.
and they take that, and then they take
It's
credit for all
again,
that
I'm gonna
stuff.
say this the motherfucking again. What the fuck do I need you for? You
You do
can't
it yourself.
feed me. You can't protect me. You have no fucking leadership skills. You gotta have white zaddy come and save you. I don't fucking need you. It's just that simple. It's not complicated, people.
No, it's not. It's not.
That's just like the way I see it. Let's say that ain't shit happening in the stores.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever driven across this country, all these goddamn farms and animals that's right off the goddamn freeway. All you gotta do is pull your motherfucking vehicle over. I ain't about to motherfucking starve on my land
Child, who you telling?
and, and there's food running all around the goddamn place. Just 'cause you don't know what to eat ain't got a goddamn thing to do with me. I ain't gonna starve it. I don't care what color you are. You ain't gonna sit up and have no couple thousands of acres with thousands of cows and chickens and stuff right off the goddamn freeway and think that I'm gonna motherfucking starve.
All of that part.
You got me fucked up. This war.
Twisted. Twisted.
So I'm gonna eat, and that's one thing motherfuckers need to quit worrying about if you've done any type of traveling. You didn't pass farms. You didn't
Yep.
pass places where they got food stashed at, all
Yep.
type of shit. And not one motherfucker nowhere to be seen. I'm just saying. I ain't telling you to go on nobody's shit and do that. I'm just telling you, I'm not gonna starve. That's all I'm saying. But I digress.
No, point taken. So yeah, at this point, it's I just I don't have any sympathy. Who I have sympathy for are the women and the children.
Yeah, for sure.
And I would be trying to get the fuck up out of there. And it's sad. It's sad, but that's not gonna work for me. You keep bringing in Zaddy and being dependent. No, that don't work for me. I'm sorry.
Um,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I just want to bring up what Taharka Seti. He said they just, or she said they just arrested an African on his way back home with a bag of swag that was worth a 1.7 million, and he has in parentheses scammed. And then he asked if Mandela was cloned. He had a question there. So
I don't think so, but
no, I don't either.
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
There was a time
I think
switch somewhere in
I
there.
think he was.
I
You
think
think so?
they just got another person to play the part. But
Yeah. Same.
Because he allegedly is supposedly transition in jail. That's what I remember.
that's what a lot of people
But
remember.
Me
That's where the
too.
Mandela effect came from. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and then when this other one allegedly and supposedly transitioned, his family came out and said that that clone or whatever had actually transitioned in the summer, and they was
Uh
just not
huh.
releasing it
Yeah. Now that
5
I
or 6
remember.
months later.
Yep.
That's when the Obamas and everybody
Yeah,
went
they
over
had
there.
that big ass ritual / ceremony.
Funeral.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Agreed.
Yeah, them
Totally
folks
agree.
crazy.
Yeah. So I'm not. I'm sorry. I just can't take this shit that they say face value anymore. I have to look at, well, what do I think the real purpose behind it is? And then I look at the patterns and I'm like, so I'm supposed to keep having sympathy for you over and over again when y'all keep letting the same shit happen over and over again, but supposedly your continent is the richest continent in the world via resources. Something ain't motherfucking adding up to me. Something's
But
not
they got
adding up.
gold. They got gold. They got diamonds. They have copper. They have all kinds of resources, and they don't utilize them. They let other people come in there and try to take it from them. That's kind of crazy to
And
They
me.
don't have they don't have the ability to process it. That was one of the things
That's what
that
they
that guy
said.
was saying, that we got everything we need, but we don't know how to process it. We don't know how to do this. We don't know how to do that.
a
So
bunch
that's
of
why we
motherfucking
still need to.
excuses. I'm throwing your shit
Exactly.
out still. Cause nigga, why ain't you learned it did?
Right.
Shit. I'm still throwing the shit out. You
Because
ain't
didn't
finna
they
sit
say
up
that?
keep telling me that shit. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother
Because
Sean.
didn't they say that the first universities began over in Africa and
Yeah,
all
they
this?
did.
That and
They
other?
have them hidden in the forest out
Blink,
there.
blink,
Yeah,
blink,
in
blink, blink, blink.
South Africa.
Yeah,
Yeah,
oh,
with
Blink,
but
blink,
cloning
blink, blink,
stations
blink,
and
blink.
everything.
so ain't nobody been able to sneak into the forest and learn a little something and come on back out?
Not sneak though.
Well, I mean, if they know it's in the forest and
Shit.
ain't nobody going there to learn nothing, I mean, it must be considered taboo. So that's why I say ain't nobody snuck in there to learn nothing.
And the sad part about it, I actually know Africans, and I'm not gonna name where they're from, and we're like, cool, that's my girl. Every time I roll in Atlanta and spend some time with her, I gotta make her some macaroni and cheese. Okay, and by the way, she eat my shit. I don't eat her shit. I'm like, what, a girl? That mashy shit that supposedly and allegedly look like greens. It ain't got no flavor. The stuff that look like grits, I was like, in my mind, I was taking little bites. I'm like, I don't like that. Took a little bite. I don't like that. I ain't like none of that shit. None of it. Shit. But nonetheless, point being, she was just giving me the rundown of their education system, actually where she's from. And they actually have a very stringent education system. Extremely, extremely stringent. And she was telling me how back in, I want to say the 70s, I think she said, her dad worked for the government. He had a good job, this, that, and the third. And, you know, everybody was pretty much doing well. They had a nice middle class there. And then there go the bullshit, because where she's at, the French, because she knows French, the French language, English, and then her indigenous tongue. So, as it always happens, some fuckery was going on, and it just destroyed the economy there, this, that, and the third. And so now pretty much all of her siblings, I'm not sure if the youngest is over here in the U.S. now, but all of the siblings, they got educated over there, and the family sent them over here to work. And so she was saying her dad, and I met her parents. They real cool, just beautiful people. So she was saying her dad would sit there, you know, and want to reminisce on the old days about, you know, how, you know, the economy was good, this, that, and the third, and wanting her generation to bring those days back. And it shocked me what she said, that all of her siblings, because it's all together 5 of them, but the baby stayed with the parents over in Africa. And the 4 of them, the oldest siblings, they came to the U.S. In college. Okay, they were educated up through high school and then came here for college and have careers. She said that they told him, no, we're not doing that. We're not interested in doing that. You all left a mess, and we're not going to clean it up. I said, shut your mouth. And most of that family, they're over here in the U.S. She was in tech with me. You know, they're doctors. They're either doctors or in tech. And they pretty much told them, no, we're not cleaning it up. Y'all messed it up. Now y'all want us to come in here and clean it up, and we're not doing it. So Africa has big problems. They really, really, really have big problems. Okay? So, you know, I'm not trying to discourage anybody from going over there. If that's what you want to do, you go ahead on and do it. But I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy and a cakewalk like you think it is. Okay? Matter of fact, I'm just going to keep it real for you. If you can't make it over here, you better not bring your monkey ass over there. Because it's not going to happen. You got a better chance of making it over here, definitely, than over there. Because all they're going to do is drain your fucking bank account. If you're not going over there with some serious connects, you can forget it. Okay? Some serious connects and some serious money. Okay? Now, we raggedy in the States. Don't get me wrong. We raggedy as fuck. I'm the first to admit we're really raggedy. But there's just certain things that we like, you know, I need water to wash my ass. Okay? I need my motherfucking electricity, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Depending on where you go over there, you ain't guaranteed to get all of that. And if you do get it, you finna pay a pretty premium price for it. So you better have your pockets stacked. Okay? So just my 2 cents. I'm sorry, go ahead, y'all.
But
No,
go ahead, sis.
no, I didn't have anything to say. Go ahead. I was saying no. I'm
It's
not doing
just
it.
the difference is vast. I mean, let's take our worst neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
You still don't have that particular type of tribal warfare that takes place over there. You don't have people skinning people
Ooh.
alive and
Mm.
doing all the torturous things that they do. When you get to talking about all that torture and all that type of stuff, those are gangs and stuff that have come here from other countries that introduce that type of warfare.
Right.
I mean, is it the difference is as I said, vast. People here still gonna make something out of nothing. I ain't
That's true.
saying that they don't. I ain't saying that they don't, but there's something out of nothing that we make here become cuisines. We can take anything, and the fact that we start eating it, everybody else want to
Now
eat it.
that's the truth. No slight, but I don't like they damn food.
Me either, but now you got chitlins in these high-end
Yeah, when
restaurants.
I heard that, I said, I know y'all lying. I don't eat that shit anyway. But the point
Neither
being,
do I. Exactly. Allegedly and supposedly, they took the good parts, and that's what our ancestors was left
right, the
with as
scraps,
slaves. So,
4, 5, and 6.
right.
Right.
So they learned to make do with that, and not a not a so-called masters is eating what the slaves was eating and charging good money for it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't care what we do. Chicken wings, barbecue. I don't give a fuck what it is. I wouldn't
And
trust they
people
chitlins
just
if I
don't
ate
pay.
them. I wouldn't trust that shit. Nor them cooking no
Oh, no,
greens,
no.
none of that. But keep going, brother.
My thing as far as for that, during the time that we was coming up, we didn't. I don't remember having white people's cooking unless we went to a restaurant out of
No,
the
you
hood, like
right.
a McDonald's
You
or
right.
something like that.
Which was rare, cause you gonna
Right,
eat what mom and them cooked. But
right. Or even if you got something in the hood from the restaurant there, it was
that's
quote
true.
unquote black owned and black
True.
operated. It was black folks cooking in the bars and stuff like that. Wherever you can go get some hot food. It's
True.
usually black owned and black operated.
That's true.
So I, I, did, I didn't know white folks couldn't cook till I got grown.
And I'm and
I didn't know that they didn't know what
seasoning was. And that's not saying all white
uh,
people can't cook. We just saying in our experience, because some white people can cook, okay? But there is definitely a cultural difference. Like, it's just certain things I'm side eyeing. I'm looking at it like, okay. And if you put it in front of me, I'm gonna take a little bite to see how it tastes. Because it's just a cultural difference. And no, I mean, I'm being honest. Now I remember in high school we had home ec classes. I don't know if they still do that. And I was like, oh, I know I can get an A in
no.
this class. It was cooking. I'm like, shit. I've been cooking since I'm 10. I can do this shit in my sleep. And the lady, the teacher lady, was trying to argue me up and down that pumpkin pie and sweet potato pie was the same. I'm like, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. I'm like, oh, no, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I flew home. Mom, she said, blah, what? My mom took off them fuzzy house shoes, put on her shoes. Come on, let's go to the store. Went and got the shit for the sweet potato pie. Made that bitch. And it's like, you take that into her tomorrow, and I want her to tell me that it's the same. And sure enough, I took it in. I'm like, oh, my mom made this for you. And so she took a piece and ate it, and she's like, oh my God, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, needless to say, I got an A in that bitch. I didn't need that fucking class. No way. I just wanted the A to help the GPA. But yeah, it's cultural differences. So, I mean, it is what it is, fam. I'm just not feeling people sitting up here, wanting to be in these leadership positions, and you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and you have to call on somebody from the outside to help you. That's not self-sufficient at all. And what's the point of keep having these same leaders that obviously can't lead? I just don't understand it. Okay. So I'm sorry. The only ones I feel sorry for are the women and children. That's the only ones I fucking feel sorry for. All right. Okay, I know we went long on that. Okay, sis, you have anything else?
Well, we're in the middle of a impeachment inquiry, so I feel that it's kind of like crazy that you even have to tell folks that somebody's doing that much wrong, and you want to know, well, should we impeach them or not? If the person is trading your information to other countries and they're in a position of power, that's another thing about people in power. They get that power and they decide, oh, I can just sell this to you for a little ends. Give me some money. I'll protect you, and then I'll do this for you. But see, that's not fair. It's not running a fair game at all. So when people go into power, they don't go in to protect the people that they have power over them. They go in to get out of the game what they can get. And you talking about it, and it's going on right here in this country. And what's going to happen is those people who do that is going to lose their country. They're going to lose their job. They're going to lose their reputation. They're going to lose everything. And then what's going to happen? People don't think past greed. It's just greed that makes them want to be in power and to have the greediness of having authority over others. And our country, this country here, is faced with it. They had so much greed. I'm gonna tell you something. The Democrats were in power when they took down the Alamo. They stole Texas. I understand that they took and changed the boundaries and moved it out and said they were killed on the American land, which they were killed on Indian land. And so I was born in Bowie County, where the Alamo took place.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to look it up. It was 1836 when they took the Alamo. They fought, and the president was, guess who? Everybody love him. Say it. Andrew Jackson. And he's an Indian removal person. And he told I don't know if it was him or Madison, told the president of Mexico to take the people out of there, or that he was going to kill them all. And my people fought, and they didn't go through I don't know if the Trail of Tears is at that time, but they didn't go into the reservations like they was forcing everybody else to do. But yet then they changed our titles to Negroes. That's how we got them, I understand, that title of Negro. So nowadays they don't even recognize us as American Indians, because they recognize us as Negro, Black, Color, and African Americans, because that keeps them in charge of the land. But Texas is getting invaded now from Mexico, Honduras, Africa, all kinds of places.
Mm-hmm.
And this administration is trying to make them stay in Texas. And I said to myself, now why are they making them stay in Texas? Now they got about maybe 15 million people that's going to be in this country. They got about 10 right now that are coming in through the borders. And they're coming from all over the world. They're not just coming from Mexico or South America and stuff like that. They're coming from all the countries in the world because they have given the okay on it. They're riding trains, tons and tons of trains, and they're carteling children in. And when every time I hear the word cartel, I be thinking of Brother Odell and what he explained the cartels are.
Mm-hmm.
And then you roll that back to your lawmakers or your presidents or your queens or whoever, and they're the ones who's using the people's money that they're taxing to put it in their pocket and make more off of the cartels. And it's all over the world. I understand. It's not just in Africa. It's the leadership in all over the world is taking the people's money and making themselves wealthy. So I said, ugh. And then this is priceless. I told you in the beginning about this Ukraine war. They were Nazis. So it's not really what's funny that happened, but Canada, Trudeau, who's allegedly Castro's son, had a parliamentary meeting where Zelensky went over there to ask for some money. Like they came here to ask for some money. And when they were there, they saluted this man who was in the Second World War in the Ukraine army, who turns out to be a SS soldier for Hitler. And then the Parliament of Canada stood up and gave him a hand clap, and that has really ticked off a lot of people because Canada is saluting uh, Nazis, but in the Second World War with Hitler, I think that's second. Ukraine didn't exist. That was Poland. And the people from Russia, I mean, from Germany, the SS and the soldiers went over there and took down Poland, and they raped all them women. So
Okay,
this
so
is
we're gonna stop there because you then went from the American
no,
Indians to the Nazis.
no,
Now we get it. I get it. I'm finna sum this shit up. It's the same empire.
yeah, it is the same empire.
We're just gonna keep this shit simple. It's the
Okay,
same empire. And anytime, and shout out to Son of the Universe. No, it was Seventh Alchemist said the very idea of leading or being in power is ego. We all have the answers within ourselves. Then Son of the Universe says the Indians are the only Americans we have to represent, mama.
Yeah.
So I'm saying all that to say I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I don't. Because I understand whoever sits in that corporate seat.
It's about money.
It's deeper than that.
Power.
This is what I'm trying. It's deeper than that. I'm going to run this again. Whoever sits in that seat, they are fucking appointed.
Oh, yeah.
They don't run shit.
Taking
Okay?
orders.
They answer to an empire. I told y'all last week. Those that are truly in power, they make kings and kingdoms. So I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. What Biden is doing, what Trump is doing, I don't give a fuck. Because they're following orders.
Yeah, they are. You can tell it.
It's a corporation. They have to do what's in the best interest of the corporation, which the empire owns. So if that is the case, do you think they give a fuck what you talking about? It wasn't set up that way. I don't know how many times I have to get up here and say, this was about business. Go back and look at them early charters. It was about business then. It is about business now. That's why I don't get into that politrick stuff, because I don't give a fuck. I understand. They are beholden to the corporation. That's why they take oaths.
Exactly. Ooh.
So as long as we keep tuning into that shit, instead of willing it back and doing for self and family, we're always going to be in the position that we're in. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
People seem to think it's about money when it's about the resources. And if you just pay attention to what the talk is about, the most valuable resources is the woman and the children. Ain't that who being caught up in all this trafficking?
Yeah, resources.
I mean, what is it they're really consuming? Your energy.
Exactly.
Commerce is energy.
Yes, it is.
You think it's about that money. That's a program.
Yep.
And they know with that program, they can get you to give up your energy.
Mm-hmm.
Period. And
The
you
true
willing
currency.
to do right. And you willing to do anything
for it. Mm-hmm. It's all
and
over the place.
they feeding good. These energy vampires are eating good. It's a hologram, remember? Ain't none of this shit real. It's an experience. But the hijack in the experience is for them to survive.
Off
You're
of you.
exactly, because you're an eternal energy source.
Yeah.
You the best food in the game.
Yep.
Whether you talking about physically, mentally, emotionally, or spiritually.
Right.
Your energy is the best shit in the game. And you got shit feeding off of you that don't have the power that you have.
Bingo. Can you say that again?
You're letting shit feed off of you that don't have the power that you have. All this is by your consent. You want to be victims. You want. I mean, it's obvious because that's all motherfuckers talk about, being victims. Oh, they did this. They doing this. They said this. They said that. In the meanwhile, what are you doing or saying that should matter to you, first of all,
Right.
but also, what do you have to do in order for what you say to matter to somebody else? If you ain't true to yourself and true to what you say and putting that into action, who you think gonna listen to you?
Right.
You in the same goddamn mess as everybody else. But I digress.
No, very good. Very good point. Okay, Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, they're thinking somebody else has power over you,
Yeah.
thinking that somebody else has to lead you.
Yup.
Why do you feel that? It's what you've been taught. It's a program.
Yup.
You've been programmed into believing you don't know what's best for
For
you.
you. Yup.
And you, the motherfucker that's with you all the time. But if you letting other people tell you what's best for you, and they ain't even of your bloodline or culture, you lost.
Yup.
I learned by example. I listened to what I was told, but I also watched what people did.
Absolutely.
It didn't matter if you was my family, friend, whoever. I learned from what you said because I compared it to what you did.
Did. Absolutely. Bingo.
And if I saw you do some shit that got you fucked up, I
Right.
ain't about to try it. I don't care what type of spin you put on it. Oh, I didn't do this part right. They got me
Right.
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 I don't want to hear your advice on trying to correct some bullshit.
Right.
It was bullshit to begin with. That's why you
Right.
fucked up.
Right.
We don't stand for what's right for
Exactly.
us. That's why conversations keep going to every place else in the world to try and justify the fact that we're allegedly and supposedly victims. I can't do shit about what's going on every place else. I can't say them. The fact that they fucked up and fell for the okey doke
Right.
ain't got shit to do with me. I got ancestral shit here I need
Exactly.
to clean up where my ancestors fucked up at.
Yep.
I worry about some shit someplace else once I find out that I had people over there that actually participated in the fuckery.
Right.
Everybody ain't participated in the fuckery. I ain't been able to find no people that was a part of them treaties that signed this or that had no slaves. None of that shit. That ain't my story.
Right.
That ain't my guilt. That ain't shit that I have to atone for.
Right.
That ain't my people's story. If your people associated to some of that, this, that, or the other, you done your genealogy, you found out your people, this, that, or the other, then you got some shit you got to atone for.
Right.
If your people had slaves, if they was at war with other tribes, taking other tribes' shit, this, that, or the other, and the building of your empire that you speak so proudly of, you owe motherfuckers some reparation.
Oh shit.
I mean, why motherfuckers keep asking for shit and saying who owe who what in your genealogy search? Did you find out who all you wronged? Your people wronged?
Ooh, child.
Did you hit them up trying to get them their shit back? This shit a whole lot deeper
It is.
than what people think. And it ain't gonna be as simple as you think as far as for going through these people to give you your land back.
Mm-hmm.
These people that's here now don't really know shit. They just motherfuckers with jobs, motherfuckers trying to get by. They ain't the real people in the know.
Right.
And the real people that's in the know don't give a fuck about what you know. What you gonna do?
Hmm.
Because in order to fully implicate them, if your lineage partook in the fuckery, the shit on you too.
Absolutely.
They waiting on you to confess your part and what you gonna do as far as for reparations before they talk about what they gonna do as far as for reparations. Because honestly, they don't own shit to give a motherfucker reparations with.
None of all of that part.
So those indigenous bloodlines that partook in the fuckery, y'all the only ones that can actually give back reparations. Y'all the greedy motherfuckers that got everything. But I digress.
No, very, very good point. Very, very good point. And just, to just add a little bit on that from a spiritual perspective, um, that's why a couple years ago we were talking about these titles that folks are taking on and understanding the associated energy with those titles and the associated karmatic debt with those titles. And none of this is by accident. And I know it's going to take, I hate to say time, but I'll use time for folks to truly, truly get that all of this, you agreed to this experience. Okay? You agreed to it. So when I talk about what is your purpose, I'm saying that for a reason. Talking about you tapping into self, to the true you, your soul, to say, yeah, what am I doing? Because if you tap into your true self, you're going to see where 99% of this shit is bullshit anyway. Okay? All right. So, I do want to bring something up. Brother Sean brought to my attention the video from Mind Unveiled. Shout out to that channel. You're not familiar with it, go check them out. This particular thing I'm going to go over, and I'm not going to play his video for copyright purposes. I'm just going to go through some of the pictures that he presented in the video. This video, and we've talked about this before, all right? We was talking about them Cabbage Patch dolls and the origins of it, and how the Cabbage Patch dolls are really the origins of the orphan babies, right? So this particular video from Mind Unveiled is babies were sold as products in the 1900s. Vendre plus new repopulation postcards collection. Okay, so shout out to Mind Unveiled. I took some screenshots of the postcards he was presenting, and put something together. When I tell y'all, he did a good job. He has a book that's on Amazon, I actually ordered his book, going through his postcard collection and the write up. So I'm looking forward to getting his book as well. I think he did a great job on this. So let me hold on, y'all. Let me bring this up. Okay, nephew, I'm coming. Let me pause this. Okay, let me bring you
With
on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead
do
before I
you do
start the
you
video.
think that do you think that is when the 400 years of slave with the Slavics were brought over here? All those Slavics as slaves, or they call indentured servants, and they were
Well,
European.
all you have to do is look in the records. That's why it's important for you to do your genealogy, because that whole I said, in my opinion, this whole 1619 project shit that they're trying to push on people, it was really not 1619 folks coming from Africa. It was
No.
really black folks coming from Europe. Okay. So the first wave of folks coming to the Americas were black Europeans, and they were coming as indentured servants.
Yeah.
They didn't even call them slaves. You can
No,
literally find it in the record. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. What?
no, I'm talking about the Cabbage Patch. And the book we had gone through 400 years of slave. I forget the lady's name who wrote it. She was a
Oh yeah.
European.
Let's roll this video, and we're gonna talk about it afterwards. I am gonna have to stop it and to talk through it anyway. So hold on, let's go through it, and because he really did an excellent job. Oh shit, how can I get that off of there? Okay, okay, so basically, and these are just pictures. Okay, so we talked about this before with the Cabbage Patch dolls, and shout out to Mine Unveiled, because baby, when I saw this through him, I said, get the hell out of here. That's where the concept of the Cabbage Patch dolls came from. And anybody that had one back in the day, I had one, y'all. All right. And it came with the little adoption papers and all of that. My mouth just dropped. Okay. And so in this particular video, he's unveiling postcards in the 1900s that were literally, some of them were like advertisements to buy children. Okay. All right. So that's what he's displaying in this particular picture. Now, he also went through a postcard where somebody in the back was pretty much saying, hurry up and come get your baby. Hurry up and come buy your baby before they run out. Okay. All right. And so then, again, more of these Cabbage Patch babies. Now, let me pause. This one, remember I had told y'all. Remember? I had told y'all. And I'm going to bring up another video I did, may have been 2 years ago, talking about the orphan trains and how this was a worldwide system. And I told y'all, do not think that this was only white babies. Okay? So now this is a postcard. I'm assuming this is from France. Okay? Right, son, Scotty, France. Who's this little baby at the little edge of the footboard of the bed?
Melanated looks like.
He's a melanated baby. Okay? So this wasn't about just, white children that were being sold, okay? Coming from different places around the world. Okay. All right. So I'm like,
They're doing
damn,
that
that was,
stuff.
I'm like, shout out Mind Unveil. I'm like, God. And he's so sweet. I know he was trying to not point out the melanated baby, because that's not the first melanated baby in these postcards. And I'm like, but baby, I see it. Thank you for putting this postcard in there. Okay. All right.
Mhm.
So again, he's just going through the collection. All right, this is another one. This is from Germany. But that kind of looked like France in the background, because if I'm not mistaken, that's that building in France. All right, but I'm thinking Frankfurt, that's Germany, but nonetheless. So this concept of the stork. All right,
Mhm.
some of y'all may be too young to know the myth that the stork brings the babies. Okay. And so here you go with the stork bringing a little curly hair melanated baby. Okay. So again, these are postcards. Okay. Just to show you. So now this one is from New York. Okay. What is this? This is Louisville. I didn't know New York had a city named Louisville. Louisville, New York. All right.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, in my opinion, what was done was these children were coming from all over the world, specifically, I'm going to say out of Europe. And just like they're doing it today, in my opinion, with the whole Mexican border stuff, you have people coming in through the Mexican border over to Texas, or the Texan border. And they, when they're interviewing those people, they're saying that they're not just from Mexico. They're from other places. So in my
They don't.
opinion, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
They don't even know some of the children's names they're bringing with them.
Right. It's
You know.
just it's suspect to me.
Yeah, it is.
So in my opinion, that's the same game that they were playing back in the 1900s, where they were shipping these babies from Europe over to these different locations, and then they would be adopted out to different families.
And I'm going to bring it up again. Ukraine is doing just what you're talking about. That's what they allegedly. That's what they're doing over there. They are making children from in federal, ritualization and surrogates and destructions, disasters and stuff like that. That's been put out about what they're doing. They're still doing that.
Okay.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
Mm.
Uh-oh. Go ahead, Brother Sean. Did you get bumped off?
can you hear me?
We can hear you
Oh, there
now.
you are. Uh-huh.
Another thing to think about, if the indigenous people were still in power at
Mm-hmm.
that time,
Mhm.
a lot of those babies were adopted by indigenous families.
Hmm.
That's how a
Wow.
lot of them wound up with indigenous surnames, with people thinking
Mm-hmm.
that we took on the slave masters'
Mm-hmm.
names. That's how a lot of them learned the culture that they eventually took over as people died out, etc., etc., being caught up in the mix. They
Hmm.
learned everything from us. They had to learn from us in order to survive here. And if we had all the land and everything during the early 1900s, which I believe we still have majority of the land and wealth, because all the wealth and stuff that's talked about didn't come about after slavery.
Agreed.
Mm-mm.
So considering that, okay, let's just say that the whole Moorish story is true about Yakub, the big head scientist, this, that, and the other, and they are indigenous to here. Ain't those his babies? Ain't those
Yeah,
his
all of them.
creations?
Who,
Yeah,
Yakub?
yeah.
Yeah. And didn't the Moors confess to having harlots of quote unquote
Mm-hmm. They stay
white
with the
women?
swirl. They stay with the swirl, right?
So I'm just saying.
Now, what's interesting, I was putting together a show a couple of years ago, and I was going to use this lady's book as a source. And so I got to reading into the book, and I couldn't get past the first page when she's like, I'm a steward. She's a Caucasian lady. I said, oh, baby, you are? Oh, okay, then. So then she claims that she's a steward and she gave her ancestors' name. Wrong mistake, baby. I went right to them records. Tick, 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 tick. Tick, 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 tick. Dig, 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 dig. Bleep, dig, 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 dig. No, you're not a steward, baby. This ancestral name you gave me came over as a little boy, as an indentured servant with the Catholic Church. It was either Catholic or Protestant. Don't quote me. I done forgot. And the name wasn't even steward attached to it. Literally, I found this person's ancestor on the Catholic or either Protestant. I can't remember which one is which. Ship manifest and all of that. And came over as an indentured servant. And I just sat there like, lady, I'm not finna read not one more page of your book because everything you about to say is straight bullshit. It took me 5 minutes to look up your said lineage, and it does not tie back to that European bloodline. Your people came over as that particular ancestor came over as an orphan.
Mm.
So this is why when we tell you to do your genealogy, we fucking know what we talking about. Nobody can tell you who you are but your people. That's why I don't get intimidated when folks talking that bullshit. Trying to come in my comment sections telling me what I am or what I ain't. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Because not only was I told who I am, I was able to find it in the fucking records. So now while you worried about my ancestral, sir, madam, let's put your shit on the table, baby. Let's put your shit on the table. And I guarantee you there's finna to be some hurt feelings up in this motherfucker. I guarantee you. Because a lot of people can't even tie their ancestry to this land past the fucking 1900s. Don't fucking play with me! And we can pull them fucking ship manifest and see if they came over with some people. And we can see if they were indentured servants. So don't fucking play with me. Go play with somebody else. So everybody around this bitch lying. That's why it is your responsibility to set the record straight for your family. And it doesn't matter if we're Indian, don't matter if it was European, it don't matter if it was a mixture of the two, it don't matter if it was African. It's your responsibility to set the record straight. You want to free your bloodline? Set the shit straight. Tell the fucking truth. Nobody can tell you who you are but your family. And you could double check what your family say by going to them records. I'm not telling you nothing that somebody told me. I'm telling you some shit that I did. And it is a freeing of the bloodline. I was literally out to dinner with relatives after my aunt's services. We sitting at dinner, and by the way, a fucking robot brought out our food. I just sat there. I brought out the soup and the salad. A singing ass robot. I was just sitting there shaking my head, but nonetheless. And we got to talking about different people transitioning, and I was like, oh no, on my sister's side, her family, I'm like, no, you know, her big mama, they buried her in Alabama, so she had 2 services. She had one up north, and then you know, she was buried in Alabama on their ancestral land. And so then that rolled into, well, man, what about our land, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, yeah, you know, when I was digging in the records, da, 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 and I was giving them the chronological movement of our particular bloodline. And so my aunt was sitting there, and she was like, yep, that's right. She said, when Mama passed, she said, I just recently, because that grandmother, she's been gone for a while. She's like, I was just recently going through some of her papers, and I absolutely saw the land in the city that you said. And she was like, I didn't know that's not originally where we started. I'm like, nah, that's not originally where we started. And so my other cousin, because literally we had 3 generations out to dinner. Literally 3 fucking generations. And then one of the other cousins said, yeah, because we're definitely not African. And the youngest generation said, yeah, I know that because my uncle told me we're not African, da 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 da. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, my work is done with this side of the family. That's what it's about. Now, what they do with it, that's a separate story. Nobody should be able to tell you outside of your family who you are. That's why it's important to get with these elders, because they're leaving up out of this realm. So it's important you get that information, and I'm telling you, they're going to lead the way for you. Because exactly where my great uncle told us we were from, he was exactly fucking right. On down to the split where some of the family members went on the reservation, and obviously those of us that didn't. It was exactly the fuck where he said it was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So everybody around here lying. Okay, let's continue. All right, so that side of New York. I didn't know they had a Louisville, New York. This is Russia. The little hats just took me out, y'all. Okay, so I don't know if these are Russian babies that they trying to bring into Perry. I think that's Paris stuff in the background. No, this might be Russia stuff in the background. Nonetheless. Okay, so we're showing you that this was a worldwide program. Okay, I forgot where this was from. But this whole concept of orphan trains, and again, shout out to the mud flood community. I think this is Reading, New York. Don't quote me on this. Okay, but the point that I'm trying to show you, and that Mind Unveiled is trying to show you, is that this was a worldwide system. Okay, of moving the population around. Okay? And so for folks that think this shit went on in the 1600s, the 1700s, the 1800s, what do this postcard say? 1908 Oregon. So again, it's a lot of fucking lying going on. It's a lot of lying. It's a lot of lying on who the founding fathers was, who was up in the Revolutionary War, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. It's a lot of lying going on. What the Civil War was really about, it's a lot of lying going on. Because what they teach you in history is the mass immigration happened in the 1900s, but they're making it seem like it was just adults. Okay, families. But yet, shout out to Mind Unveiled, is showing they had a program, and I'm calling it a population reset program, moving children around. They were the reset population. And in my opinion, this was changing the face of power from the melanated side to the Caucasian side. Right, Oliver Twist, the Little Rascals, exactly.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
in the Anunnaki story, didn't it say something about that they first creations were sterile, that they couldn't reproduce?
Yeah. Look at us, we like, yep.
Yep.
I'm just wondering if that's they test tube babies. If that story is the way that it was told to us. Because if their creations weren't able to reproduce, then they died off at a certain point, and there went their population. So they had to figure out a way to keep it going.
Because that's my question. Where all these babies come from?
Yeah, because if considering universally, everybody agreed that there was indigenous people.
Right.
And indigenous people have a story that connects them to mama.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck did everybody else come from?
Yeah.
Right.
So basically, they've unveiled their creation. They've now gone back as far as they can go. That's why genealogy always comes up blank for them.
Right. And that's the part that folks don't want to be honest about. Now I'm talking on the Caucasian side now. Want to sit up and tell me what I'm not. Okay, sir and ma'am, pull that genealogy. Let's run it, baby. Let's run it. And it get quieted in the hooker in church. When I say run that genealogy.
You know, that's probably why they opened up Ellis Island, because they had a lot of humanity around that had no place to go. Remember that? They had no place to go, no homes anywhere. So they opened Ellis Islands up to them.
But even with the Ellis Island stuff, that was the cover story.
Yeah, I know.
For the mass immigration that we see.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
what
right.
I am saying, and shout out to the Mudflood community, shout out to Mind Unveiled with their research, that's only a small portion of it.
That's true.
I'm going to ask again, where all these babies come from? Okay? Now, a lot of people in the comments dropping, saying, test tube, da-da-da-da-da. And, those that follow this stuff, we know that when they were doing those world fairs, they had on display the incubator babies. So there could very well be something to that. I just want to know where all of these babies come from. All of these orphan children around the world.
Yeah, from around the world.
Okay? Because it's easy. It only takes one generation to wipe out who you are. And don't tell me that it's not so, because look at the quote, quote, Black Americans running around thinking they African. When all, I have to do is go back one generation. Okay. And even if, let's say, the said parents wanted to play crazy, I could definitely go back to Big Mama and them. And they told us exactly who we were. So I already have proven that it only takes one generation to program a child's mind and tell them what their identity is. So to me, in my opinion, what we see, or, what those that are researching this topic is bringing up with these orphan babies is the same exact thing. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's just one more thing.
Yes, sir.
Going back to that whole illegal immigration thing, and them train fools, etc., etc. People not paying attention to the fact that majority of the people that's coming over is single military age men.
No, we got it.
Oh, man, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is China and all them people.
From all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Look at us.
And they can just tell on the internet that you got a lot of thirsties over here. Yeah, that's willing to sleep with anybody. Some of them want babies with pretty hair, want mixed babies.
You better throw
All
some
this.
grease on your baby shit and some water.
You better want it.
Yeah, what you around here talking about? You ain't gotta go Caucasian. I mean, if that's your preference, baby, go and do your thing. If you want pretty hair, goddammit, you better throw some grease and water on your baby shit and braid it and let that be that. But I'm sorry, continue, Brother Sean.
And Who do you think that they gonna be mating with when they get over here? They gonna be over here trying to spread they seed around, allegedly and supposedly giving their bloodline rights here.
Melanated people, females.
That's part of the war. They've
It's
said
always been
before,
that. It's always been that. That ain't just happened. It's always been that way.
exactly. They've always been talking that stuff about trying to breed people out, this,
Yep.
that, and the other.
Yep.
Then, then when they realized that exactly the opposite was happening, then that's when they got to talking about no, 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 don't do that race mixing, don't do that race mixing, because they had to remember that they're the ones that put into play that one drop rule.
Oh
So
yeah, 1/16th. Yeah.
yeah, so I mean, they realized that they were losing in that way. But considering we're at another reset,
Mm-hmm.
and the biggest secret that the world is trying to keep is about the indigenous people here.
Right.
So the more we can mix up the population there, that takes away their claim because everybody gonna be mixed with everybody. And
Mm-hmm.
then there's no way to prove whose
Who you
DNA
are.
Right. Who's who? Yep.
is right. And people falling for that shit. I mean, there was a reason majority of our ancestors stuck within our own people. I'm not saying that there aren't exceptions
Right. Absolutely. I
to
get you.
rules, because it's like that worldwide. But worldwide, most people stick within their own damn people.
Right. Right. Right.
And their families are first and foremost, as in who they are.
Mm-hmm.
They take pride in their families. They take pride in their bloodline.
Right.
When do we start back taking pride in our bloodline? We keep taking this quote unquote pride in being American Indians, but it was the family structure
Absolutely.
that made American Indians what the fuck they were.
Can
The
you run
envy.
that for the
Oh,
slow ones in the back?
it was the family that made the American Indians the envy of all the fucking world.
Right.
Because family included Mama Earth. It
Mm-hmm.
included your relationship with Big Mama.
That's right.
Family. That's what they're destroying. Family. The experience we created was family.
Right.
That's where unconditional love
Love.
began
Exactly. Exactly.
because everything was about family,
Yup.
period. Every
Mm-hmm.
move you made was about family,
That's right.
whether it was on the physical realm or on the spiritual realm.
Mm-hmm.
The work that was being done on the spiritual realm helped manifest what was needed in the physical realm.
Right.
But it's family. Y'all keep talking about the father, but ain't that part of the family? How you just gonna acknowledge one part of the family? And then you wonder how come the goddess, the mama, the woman, the creatrix, is so bitter and angry. You came out her motherfucking womb. There's nothing without her. Everything that is important and vital to us is described in feminine aspect. Mother Earth, Mother Nature. Fellas, as much as y'all be after pussy, come on. You spend your whole time trying to get back in something that you came out of. You know what's important. But you can't just keep looking at it from that lower chakra.
Exactly.
Wholeness, the totality of what she brings. That's what family is about. Who do you think is the nurturer of the family?
Right.
Who do you think instills love and nurturing into you? As a man, I know what we bring and I know what we teach.
Right.
But that ain't the nurturing and the love. The babies don't suckle on us. The babies aren't with us the entire ingestation time. Every feeling, emotion, taste of food, immunity, all of that is coming from mama. But I digress.
No, very good drop. Very good drop. I just want to add that, of course, I agree with everything you said, but, it is important for women. Y'all got to raise your standards. You participating in some bullshit that, wow, I never would have thought that women are participating in. You're somebody's mother. You're somebody's daughter. You're someone's sister. You're someone's aunt. And this low vibrational fuckery behavior, I'm never going to fucking co-sign it.
Mm-mm.
You can call me all you want to call me, but baby, one thing you can't call me is a whore in these streets. This behavior is not acceptable. We can't expect our children to respect us, our children to go in the right direction when we out in these streets moving greasy. It ain't shit attractive about it. And the people that are attracted to it, the motherfuckers you ain't supposed to be with, no way. You're not supposed to be lowering yourself to be in the mix. I done told y'all I don't fuck around in the dirt, in the mud. I don't even step over mud puddles. Again, women, you have more control than you think you do. And shouldn't a motherfucker be born on this realm, period, if it's not benefiting you and your children and your future children? We gotta do better. I'm not impressed with the shit I see. It's fucking embarrassing. I'm never gonna co-sign it. Carry yourself and move appropriately. Now, if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. That's you. You have every right to move the way you want to move. But let's not sit up and pretend that you gonna get some beautiful motherfucking outcomes, because you ain't. You have choices. Unless there's violence involved, no one is forcing you to make those type of choices. As a woman, you are supposed to be concerned about yourself, your future. If you have current children, your current children's future. If you don't have children, your future children. And if we are honest with ourselves as women, a lot of this stuff wouldn't pass. I done took and told y'all, a nigga don't make me. Okay? Who I am is a result of my parents' hard work, my grandparents' hard work, and my ancestors before me, and the fucking hard work I put in. And I wouldn't dare fucking embarrass them and disrespect them with some fuckery. Now, if you didn't have that, you still have the power to build it. I'm not impressed about how you look. I'm not impressed on this social media shit. I'm not impressed about the bad bitch era. Bitch, impress me on how you navigate with your family. That's what's important. All right, I'm off my soapbox. So let's continue.
One more thing, sis.
Yes, sir.
So-called friendships. And I'm especially going to say this to the fellas. A lot of times y'all claim to be good friends with a sister. And in her time of need, she needs some place to stay. She needs some money or something. You always want to fuck.
Right. But we friends. Fuck out of here.
How's that being a friend? You can't look out for a sister without expecting her to do something. I mean, you got sisters, female cousins, aunties, mama, grandmama. Would you want somebody to do them like that? I'm just saying, we talk about being a people. We talk about this unity. We don't even look out for each other for real, for real. I grew up in a time and in a house where if somebody was fucked up, my grandmama let you come stay there
Absolutely.
till you get on your feet.
Yep.
And what nobody expecting nothing from you
Yep.
but for you to take advantage of that opportunity to get your shit together.
Yep.
That is the appreciation and gratitude that people really want. Somebody give you an opportunity to get back on your feet. You want to thank that person and show your appreciation. Get back on your motherfucking feet.
Right.
But somebody being in need is no reason to take advantage of them.
Right.
And being in need also is no reason to sacrifice your soul.
Mm.
I hear it said a lot of times that a lot of times sisters doing what they got to do. You know, they got to feed their babies, this, that, or the other. So you put them in danger. You have all type of men around. This, that, or the other. You humiliate and degrade yourself. But You won't truthfully and honestly go ask for help where you can help yourself. You too prideful to go to certain family members or to go and tell mom and dad the truth. So you go out there and do something motherfucking stupid and say that you're doing what you had to do.
Right.
No, you had other options.
Mm-hmm.
But that pride, that ego got in your way. And you couldn't go apologize to certain people that you probably should have.
Right. Right.
So I'm just saying all this to say that you do have choices. May not be easy choices, but 9 times out of 10, it requires you getting past your ego.
Yes.
And that's the same with motherfuckers who always want something for doing something
Hmm.
for somebody. That's ego too.
Absolutely.
But I digress.
All right. Okay. All right. So this is Indiana. Okay. So just again to show you, this was a worldwide program. Okay. I think this is his book. Yeah, so y'all can go pick up Mind Unveil's book. Orphan Babies, Repopulation Postcards, and the first movie ever made. Okay. And I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Okay. So let me come back. I did want to share with you all one particular thing I found in research a couple of years ago. I can't remember if it was last year. Y'all, the shit starts to blend together. The video is entitled The Miseducation of the American Indian, the Worldwide Reset Population. So I'm just going to play a snippet because when I was, doing a little research, hold on, fam, I came across that. And I'm like, hell no. Let me see if I can bring it up. Come on, YouTube. All right. Hold on. Let me bring this back up. Okay. This is why it's important. Nobody should be able to run a game on you when you're focused on family. Okay. All right. Okay. So that would make sense. It's in that region where the original 13 colonies happened, and New York is a major point of entry for the immigrants coming from New York. Coming from Europe. Okay? So that would make sense that New York would have a lot of re-educational schools, i.e. those Indian schools, as well as orphanages. Okay? So let's get into this. The Colored Orphans Asylum of New York, 1836 to 1946. There was much racial unrest in New York City, New York in the early 1800s as immigrants from across Europe and migrants from neighboring states arrived in the city. So just as I said, slavery, okay, so of course, there's the hijack. Okay, so we're not saying that slavery did not happen. We're definitely saying it did not happen the way they are telling you it happened. Okay? So meaning slavery, this term, they're using it as a broad stroke to mean black folk coming from Africa. When we know the records do not state that. What the records say is that you had a combination of Europeans, black, coming into the Americas either by force, so meaning they were sentenced from a prison sentence, being kicked out of Europe and banished to one of the American colonies to serve out their prison sentence. And then you had folks that came over under indentured servant contracts. Okay? Then you had mixed in there prisoners of war, meaning the indigenous people of the Americas fighting in all of these Indian wars,
You know, that's,
being held captive. You could certainly call that slavery.
you know what I
And
find,
then the
find
last
out interesting?
category. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, because if that's not me talking, that's me talking. But that's
thought you had finished.
a former video. But go ahead, say what you're gonna
Oh,
say.
1836, that's when they had displacement of the Texans, Indians from Texas, because that's the Alamo.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna start the video back. Of course, is what they traditionally broad stroke as slavery, with the coming out of Africa. Okay, and even that particular coming out of Africa, you have to take that by an individual level and look at the ship manifest to see even those folks that they said coming out of Africa, were they even originally Europeans? Okay? Because what we do know based on the records is that the largest group coming from Africa from a slave capacity perspective did not hit the mainland American shores. They hit the South American shores, okay, through that Portuguese slave trade. Okay. All right. So I always have to put that out there, and we have plenty of videos on this particular channel, and I'll drop a link to the transatlantic slave trade drop that we did, where we go into details. All right. Okay. So slavery was abolished in New York State in 1827. Although black New Yorkers were free, many of their families were broken because of the sale of parents or children. Is that really the reason? Or was it because of wars? These babies were orphaned? Or, as I sip my water, was it because these black children were snatched off the streets of Europe and brought over to the Americas? I'll run that for the slow ones in the back. Go do your history as Europe was cleaning up their population from orphans and the poor, and children were being snatched off the street and shipped around the world. But let's continue. But see, they want to tell you that's the story just for white children. But we'll continue. And it absolutely happened to white children as well. But we'll continue. General poverty among all ex-slaves and many free blacks also meant families could not afford to stay together. There was a need for shelter and schooling for numerous black children in the city. As a consequence, and here we go, right on schedule. Here we go, right on schedule on who had to manage the poor population, right on schedule as usual. As a consequence, 25 people, mostly who? Quakers, Presbyterians, and other abolitionists, founded the Colored Orphans Asylum of New York. So again, when I was looking at this other lady's, Caucasian lady's lineage, who claimed she was a steward, went back through them records, and I saw where not only were that ancestor that she named was not a part of the steward bloodline, but they came over as a small child, as an indentured servant, through the church. Now, I can't remember if it was, I can't remember specifically which church, okay? So the point I'm trying to make is the same script. We consistently see Quakers, Puritans, they have Presbyterians in here, and Protestants in the story of either doing missionary work, educating the indigenous population, or serving as caretakers for said orphanages, and throw the Catholic Church up in there as well. Go look at the records on immigrants coming into the country, and you'll see these organizations having children with them. And specifically in those records, you'll see where those children are listed as servants. And that's black and white children. The white children start showing up in their records in the 1800s. But let's continue. The first building was purchased in 1836 and was located at 12th and 5th Avenue in Manhattan. It housed 11 children. It was managed by 3 of the founding members, Hannah Ann, Anna Shotwell, and Mary Murray. The organization moved in 1843 to a large 4-story home at 43rd and 5th Avenue. Dr. James McCoon Smith, the nation's first child. Woo! See, I was gonna click in and see if dude was melanated, but they already done told me. Dr. James McCoon Smith, the nation's first licensed black medical doctor, became the orphanage medical director in 1846. The asylum housed anywhere from 200 to 800 children at any given time in the antebellum period. By this point, fewer than a third of the children were orphans, and about of 12 years of age, many were returned to their parents or placed in position as what? They were placed in position as what? They was placed in position as what? Farm laborers or domestic servants. So, like I said, When you look at the records, those immigration records, and you see the Quakers, any of those church organizations or religious organizations, and you see them with children on those immigrant records, what did I just tell y'all them babies were listed as? Indentured servants. Let's continue. In the summer of 1863, New York City experienced the draft riots, the largest urban uprising in the nation's history. On the morning of July 13, 1863, a mostly Irish mob took to the streets and began burning buildings, smashing windows, and pulling up cobblestones in the streets. The mob proceeded through the streets to the Orphans Asylum and broke into the building with pickaxes. They trashed and ransacked the building before setting it on fire. While the mob was forced on breaking into the building, the superintendent of the asylum, William E. Davis, and the head matron, Jane McClellan, quietly led 233 children out the back entrance. A crew of firefighters of Hook and Ladder Company No. 2 valiantly fought the flames. 2 firemen, Chief Engineer Decker and Patty McCaffrey, showed exceptional bravery, trying in vain to put out the fire while fighting the angry mob. The children were taken to the 12th Precinct building, which was located on 35th Street near 7th Avenue, where they remained for the next 3 days until the riots ended. At least 120 people were taken out, and more than 2,000, all mostly African American, were injured. The children from the Orphans Asylum, however, were moved to Blackwell's Island, now Roosevelt Island, along with many other African American refugees. African American refugees whose homes had been burned by the mob. All asylum children survived the riots, and after a short time at Governor's Island, they were moved to a residence in Carmensville. So, why did folks go and burn down this orphanage? Oh, okay. But let's continue. I mean, they're not saying why they burnt down that orphanage. Could it be that these babies were being snatched off the street from Europe, brought over to the Americas for the sole purpose of being indentured servants? And who's to say they weren't snatching indigenous American children off the street and placing them in these orphanages as well? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Now, this is just my logic. It does not make sense to me that an organization that was supposedly and allegedly set up to help children without parents was burned to the ground by an angry mob. And don't think that it was missed upon me that it was an Irish mob. I thought they told us that Irish people were Caucasian. So why would a Caucasian population go and burn down a black orphanage? Because they are lying. All right, so that's enough of that. You can catch this particular video. I pulled some other documentation on how the whole moving of the children was a worldwide thing. So the name of this video is The Miseducation of the American Indian, the Worldwide Reset Population. Okay. All right, so that's what I wanted to share with you all. The reason I'm sharing this and I'm bringing it up, because like I done took and told y'all, in my opinion, this mass immigration that we are seeing, it is bigger than what we think. To me, in my opinion, this is all about creating another reset population. All right? So in other words, it's time to quote, rewrite what history really, really is. All right, so I'll pause in case somebody want to put something on it. If not, we're going to keep it pushing. So let me try to unmute y'all just in case y'all got muted because of me sharing the screen. Hey,
I'm sorry, I didn't know
nephew.
that was a...
No, that's okay. I'm like, wait a minute, sis think that's really me talking.
Yeah, I did. I'm like, is she talking?
No worries. She probably like, I'm trying to put something on it and she's still talking. No worries, sis. Go ahead.
Well, in New York, they had a fire, and it was Jim Brown or John Brown, an abolitionist.
Mm-hmm.
And they lynched him after the fire because he was protesting, and then they were snatching. The history I learned, they were snatching melanated people off the streets.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Sis, yeah. Okay. Was that okay? Were you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Auntie.
Yes. Hey, peace and love, nephew. How are you?
Well, I'm doing very well. How's everyone today?
Good. Good to hear your voice.
Everyone. Thanks for letting me on tonight.
Sure thing.
When you was talking about the fires, though, I was thinking evidence. The way I'm looking at it is by that time, they have moved enough of the population where they didn't need any more to come through that avenue.
Yes.
So now burn said evidence. Because at the same time, Andrew Sandra was saying these fires are going on. Yes, this is now when they're doing, the population has arrived, and now it's time to erase the previous
absolutely,
which is where all these fires are coming in. And I don't believe I think it's if we really want to talk about there's nothing new under the sun, I believe it's the same type of fires you're seeing in Maui that's going on there, because the same construction pattern where the buildings are demolished, but the surrounding infrastructure is still standing. You got to look at how those fires really took place. Because again, it's suspicious how brick buildings can just be completely demolished in a fire. And it's so it was so widespread to say how can it be accidental that all these different places and different towns and different cities all had major fires to the extent that their entire population was burnt to their infrastructure was burnt down.
Agreed. I 1000% agree. Sis Nonya brought up a good point. She said they shipped all the Jacobites. So there were likely orphaned melanated babies. Yeah, that whole Jacobite movement was really a political movement to put the stewards back in power, the stewards that are melanated. And yes, a lot of those particular Jacobites were charged, and their prison sentence was to be shipped to one of the American colonies. So yeah, that's very well possible as well, sis. That's a great call out. Great call out. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, what you say, RDT? But the church was left standing. Yeah, baby. You know they got
Oh,
to have that church.
well, no,
Okay.
Angie, there
Yes.
Jesus.
was one more
Yes,
thing I wanted
nephew.
to add about that. The orphanage. You remember the orphanage were also being not populated, supported through the church. It was the church that was having these orphans.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
that was and then the missionaries is what brought the church into the local areas
Absolutely.
that was used to bring the population through.
Right. And I don't know if it's in that video that I just went over or another one. But I saw an account of how they were interviewing the pastors and the preachers in order for them to be the head of a church over here in the Americas, and how they were putting them on salaries. Okay. So when I talk to you all about it being an empire and being a worldwide system, that's what it is. Okay. So they feed us this false respent history. That's not really what went on. And in the meantime, it's a worldwide thing that they're doing, just literally shuffling folks around. And we're seeing it literally again right in our face. It's deeper than people coming over here for alleged and supposed jobs. Okay? Because you can't tell me that you give a damn about this population coming over to the Americas to have a better way of life, when yet on the other hand, the Americans that's already here, you're cutting services and programs, and hell, y'all sitting up here playing broke and a couple of motherfucking days from shutting down. So you're lying right there. Right there, that's a bald faced lie. As my grandmother would say, a lie with no hair on his face. It's really bold faced lie. That's a bald faced lie right there. Because it's not about that. It's about bringing in a reset population.
It's
Yes, sir.
I wonder how many of those babies belong to people in clergy, people in the Catholic Church, babies that they was trying to hide.
Well, they was getting a swerve on with different people.
hmm
Could
And then
be.
also, like today, what's going on with those children and victims of that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Children are being created during those things, and
Mm.
they're raising those children in those ways, like sleeper cells.
Mm.
Then these children have never had birth certificates or anything like that. So when they come on the scene, then they have to create identity, birth
Right.
certificates, and all that type of stuff for them. Because we be sitting up wondering where certain people came from. They just
Right.
popped up on the scene out of nowhere, and they don't seem to have any type of verifiable history.
Right.
I don't know who's to say with these babies, these orphan babies, and everything that we was seeing. Because I remember, like on Dragon Ball Z, Goku and them, they were sent to other planets as babies, and nobody really knew how destructive they were. And when
Mm-hmm.
they reached a certain age, they were actually supposed to destroy that planet.
Mm.
Uh, I'm just saying, it's just so many damn levels that can be taking place with this stuff. But to me, it still all boils down to a reset.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because it's meant to change what was originally there.
Exactly.
And
Change but erase.
yeah, but that's also putting them into a story where they didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you see now, they're stealing everybody's history. They've stolen everybody's names and everything in order to have a story here.
Right.
But they still can't let go of the fact that there's indigenous people here.
Right.
Because a lot of them now are trying to figure out exactly where the fuck they come from.
Exactly.
We keep saying we keep saying indigenous people this. Um, we got to respect indigenous people. We need to get indigenous people back their stuff. In the meantime, they figuring out, well, damn, if everything we got to give back belong to the indigenous people, well, where the fuck do we come from and what is
Exactly.
ours?
Exactly.
So don't get mad at us when we tell you what's ours. And y'all trying to say, no, y'all trying to figure out where the fuck y'all came from. No, we telling you where the fuck we came from.
Exactly.
Just like anybody else on the goddamn planet, they tell you they from there. They tell you what their story is. You believe it. We the only motherfuckers on the planet where we can't tell a motherfucker who we are without facing some type of ridicule.
Right.
So to me, you can't tell me that that ain't the number one secret on the goddamn planet.
Agreed.
They don't give a fuck if you know that the Bible is plagiarized. They don't give a fuck if you know this is bullshit. They don't give a
Right.
fuck if you know that's bullshit. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say. You can say you God. You can say you Jesus. You can say you any motherfucking body but indigenous to this motherfucker.
Right.
Why? Why is that? What what is it that they fear about you being indigenous? The fact that you're saying that you're indigenous, that really don't mean nothing. They argue and debate with you about it, but it really don't mean nothing. It'll mean something when you're able to step into that power and fully
Absolutely.
understand what it means to be indigenous. That requires accountability, responsibility. It's not just a name or a title. There's certain responsibilities that come along with that. If you're supposed to be caretakers of mama, the guardians of mama, that's what they fear you getting back to.
Exactly.
They don't fear you saying that you're indigenous. You ain't tapped into no indigenous powers. But I digress.
No, very, very good. Very good stuff. In my opinion, I think this reset it's going to be resetting Caucasian folks as well. That's just my opinion. Okay. And I also just want to point out that it's no coincidence that this reset is happening as we are or we have entered a new age. Okay. So remember, the age is more about energy. Okay. No
It's
coincidence
Hispanic.
to me. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
It's Hispanic people. They're really doing the reset, bringing them up from the South back up. I heard them say they're bringing them back. Joe Biden, I think, said that he's going to bring them back, and he thinks that they were the indigenous people. I think I mentioned this before.
Yeah. 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 And all I'm saying is, motherfucker, let's pull your genealogy while you sitting here talking this bullshit. and pull theirs too.
Well,
So
he's Irish, supposed to be. What did you say that place was? Irish people?
mm-hmm. And so my point being is, let's talk about when your folks fucking got here. See, again, when we get to you want to tell me who I am, and I say, motherfucker, put your shit on the table, it gets quieter than the hooker in church.
Auntie,
Yes, nephew.
there's one group of people that it gets quiet in church, and it seems like that is a very pivotal focal point that we're not allowed to actually focus on. Because if we focus on their names, they'll start calling us certain things to distract us from their, as you said, their lineage. There's a certain point that they are not allowing us to look at their true story to see their the authenticity of what they're telling us. We know a lot of it's BS, but the minute we
Right.
start saying anything, they flag our speech for hate speech. Let's call it like that, right? So as you said, it's one thing that they want us to be distracted from who we actually are as indigenous people, as people that are supposed to be tied to Mother Earth. As we call them out as NPCs, we're supposed to be the players of her. We're supposed to be downloading her instructions and playing her game and being in the position that she wants us to be. For them, they want us to do anything but that. And at the same time, we can't analyze their position in this game. So I think that's an area where we not necessarily need to look at, but understand that as part of the story that they're telling us, that's not true as well. That situation where a lot of people lost their life because they're a certain culture, again, I believe that's a hogwash because it's documented a lot of that culture came in boats into New York. A lot of that culture went into Russia. So
Right.
it's say that culture is not telling us the truth. We know that, and we know they also have a hand in media. They have a hand in finances, and they have a big hand in how the image, the matrix is being projected because we can't
Absolutely.
put the mirror on them, and thus it's a really hard. It's hard for us to really analyze what's going on because all we're dealing with is their story, and we know, as you're saying, it's all a lie. So unless we can call it a lie and call out the liars, we really can't do much.
Right. And I'll just add on to that. This is why it is important. Um, Again, the real thing about this whole thing is you're only gonna get out of quote quote this mess through your own self identity,
Correct. Tapping my toes.
and through your family. Okay, that's first and foremost, because I can't focus on anybody else if my doorstep isn't clean. I
Correct.
can't step over my own dirt and then try to go over to somebody else's house and sweep and clean their stuff. It doesn't work like that.
Don't dance abroad if you can't dance yard. That's what they're about to.
Yeah, that part. Okay. So,
Hey, sis,
yes, sir.
I don't think that we are ever in a position where we can't do much. It's just we refuse to do what we should do. It's all by consent.
I know that
All
hurt
we have
now.
to do is stop our consent, stop participating. They need us to go along with this. If you just say, I'm not doing this shit no more, and we honestly don't do it, and just be about our business,
Right.
that destroys their business.
Exactly.
Okay, I know we have to quote unquote go to work, pay bills, etc., etc. But what does that have to do with where we spend our money beyond that? It's certain companies we keep afloat because we keep purchasing their shit. But at the same time, we got all these memes and conversations going on about how they poisoning the food, etc., etc. But we keep buying it. You know somebody that's growing food, or you should get to know somebody that's growing
Right.
food. Take that money to them. Why always run to the store?
Right.
We got ways that we can be looking out for each other that ain't quote unquote illegal.
Yet.
It's just we ain't got to fuck with them.
Right.
Period. They don't stay in business if we don't support them.
Yeah. Patron their
Why,
stores.
why complain about the Asian hair shop and keep going in there?
Right.
Your own yours and to
You,
its
you stop going in that motherfucker. It's gonna be gone soon. They gonna move because they ain't getting no motherfucking money.
yeah. Can't pay the mortgage.
All we have to do is stop fucking with them.
Yeah.
Period. And everything fall apart. There's plenty of niggas that don't like doing shit. Feel that way about that goddamn quote unquote white man that's telling your ass what to do. Got you hitting that clock all the goddamn time. But he disrespecting you. You've been working there for 5 years, still ain't got your full benefits of your uniform, and you seeing white boys come in, get their uniform and benefits on the first motherfucking day. But you keep showing up at work. There's plenty of ways to shut this machine down,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't want to do that. You'd rather complain. You'd rather be a victim than to empower yourself and stop giving your money to motherfuckers who don't like you.
Yeah.
Exactly. That part.
That's your energy right there.
I mean, niggas like, I'm going to teach you a lesson. You don't want my money? I'm going to buy your shit anyway. Well, maybe I need to make something and tell you motherfuckers that it ain't for you.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Then I'll be rich. Because
Well,
y'all like to support motherfuckers who mean y'all no good.
No good. Mm-hmm.
Motherfuckers that's going to lie to you, offer you products that don't do a goddamn thing for you. All type of shit. You support all type of fuckery and then complain about it. But it's you that is consciously making these choices. I say consciously because you sit up and research this shit. You know when the new motherfucking Jordans is coming
Oh,
out. You know when the new bronze is coming out.
and you know your payday, you know how much money you can friggin'
Everything you want to know about, you know when the fuck is coming out. You know when the fuck that new iPhone coming out.
Yeah.
You know every motherfucking thing that you want to know,
When the next live is. Yeah.
but you won't stop shit for your own benefit. You won't stop for your children because the bullshit you doing, they watching you,
Absolutely.
and then you pull them into that bullshit. Oh, my baby only gonna wear brand name. Oh, my baby ain't gonna be seen in nothing but this. But what have you taught your child to be able to buy that type of stuff?
Right. Right.
You teaching them that material shit is more important than anything else.
Your soul.
Exactly.
But I digress.
No. Very, very good. All right, fam. So yeah, we just want to put y'all up on game. Shout out to Mine Unveiled. Go over to his channel, check out his videos. He has a lot of videos on the orphan trains, orphan babies, incubator babies, and he's also published a book that you can pick up on Amazon. All right. So that's what the hell going on in the 3D, in the Matrix, right? That's the raggedy script that's being ran. So let's get into the true stuff, all right? Okay, so we left off last week on the ego. Hold on a second. We're going to get back into this. Where is, there we go. All right. Okay. And I know I keep going over this. I'm doing it for a purpose. There's always a method to my madness. Okay. I keep going over this with different perspectives so it can catch in your consciousness and subconsciousness. Okay. All right. So we've been talking about the difference of what the ego is, what the ego truly is, and what your soul truly is, and how they are two different things. Okay. So your innermost sense of self, of who you are, is inseparable from stillness. It is the I am that is deeper than name and form. The self is only one. If it is limited, it is the ego. If unlimited, it is infinite. Okay? So again, the purpose of this series, I started out wanting to do this series, talk about the metaphysics of how this matrix works. Okay, that's why earlier we went over, some alchemy things like the numbering system and, how everything in this particular realm, you can basically reduce it down to a number, and that number can be reduced down to a binary code, 1 and 0, true and false, proving that this is a matrix. Okay. And how if you use metaphysics, you can move energy the way you want to move it in this matrix. All right. Then I was led to, let's get to the real meat on what this is really about. Okay, your soul purpose, your soul contract. Why the hell you here on this experience, etc., etc., etc. And in order to get to that soul purpose, again, everybody, you're responsible for tapping into self, the true you, the soul, to determine what your contract agreement, your soul contract agreement you made to yourself to come to earth to have this physical experience. Because again, you are an infinite soul having a physical experience. Okay? And the ego, I know that they teach us that the ego means, you think you all of that in a bag of chips. And, my generation upgraded it to a bag of chips and some hummus. All right? That's when hummus got popular. So we added the hummus in there. That's only a small portion of what ego is. Ego is their persona that you use to navigate this physical experience. It is a character role. Okay. Your soul is supposed to be the driver of the ego. But most folks have gotten so much into their character, that ego, that the ego is driving it. And the soul is literally just silent. So the true you is really silent, and the ego character is running the show. So you can look at this in another way. You can look at it from a movie perspective. And Sandra brought out that it's like when we talk about you're supposed to be the observer, and she brought out it's like being in a movie theater. So your soul is observing. You're in the movie theater with your popcorn, this, that, and the third. And if you like me, you done snuck your little shit in there. And you're watching yourself play a role in this movie script. So you're watching that ego character play out this movie script in this i.e. matrix for the purpose of having a physical experience and for the purpose of evolving your soul in these limited conditions. Okay? Because you as a soul, when you do things at the true you, at the soul level, at the higher realm level, you are unlimited. But when you participate in the matrix, there are rules. Okay? So just like Nephew Nuwa said, the video game. Same difference. You, the true soul, you're operating that video game character. That is why it is important when we talk about know thyself, is know thyself at a soul level. Not know thyself to pick up someone else's doctrine. I don't care if it's Brother Abdullah. I don't care if it's Jesus. I don't care if it's Buddha. I don't care whom it is. Anything outside of self that is a part of the program in the matrix. Okay? You as a video game player, you don't have the character that you playing take over and do what it's supposed to do. You're supposed to be the driver. And as you are playing that video game, you understand who the main characters are, and you understand what they call NPCs, the non-playable character. Okay? What we are telling you, this is no different. Okay? Your soul is awaiting for you to step out of that character, i.e. the ego, and be the true you. That's what death of ego is about. So death of the ego is the loss of identification with things that make up one's sense of self or identity. It can be a sudden or gradual realization that the ego is a fabrication of the mind. It can also be a transcendent experience of embodying one's true nature or returning to who one really is. So long story short, think about either the two scenarios. Either you at the movie theater watching the movie and you are acting in this movie as a character, or you're playing the video game. So we're talking the soul playing the video game. We're talking the soul watching the movie. So you, as the true you, the soul, so whether or not you want to use the example of observing the movie or playing the video, you don't think that that's who you really are. You realize that it is a role that you are playing. And once you realize that, wait a minute, this is bullshit, that's bullshit, this is bullshit, what am I really supposed to be doing?
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
you know a simple test that people can try
Mm-hmm.
as far as for their being able to observe. People that's playing those games, they actually think they're in those games. You could tell when they flinch, they jump, the character get hit, they flinch back, this, that, or the other. You watch movies, you get emotionally involved, you jump, you do all of these things. And that's why it's difficult for people to actually be able to step outside of themselves and observe. You can't even do that with a movie or playing a video game, something that you know for a fact
It's not
isn't
real.
real.
Mm-hmm.
But you still put your emotions and react as if it's happening to you. I think that's a good place for them to start before they can actually master themselves. Master that aspect of being in the simulation.
Disassociation.
If you can honestly sit up and watch a movie and not feel anything, one way or the other, that's putting you on the right path to being an observer
Mm-hmm.
because you're just observing and you don't feel anything because it's not happening to you. It's not real. That was just something that came to my
No,
mind.
that's a good point. That's a very good point, and that's why even like the news, the movies, example, when you're watching the news, you train your consciousness to look at that without emotions. Like, okay, then. So you say, mm-hmm,
Because that's somebody else dictating to you how
exactly,
you should feel. At
exactly.
each scene in a movie, they're telling you how you should feel. You should feel sympathy for this character. You should be enraged by this, that, or the other. They telling you what to feel.
Yeah, they add the emotion to it.
Yeah, you're being programmed. And
Right.
then every time you see that movie or you think about this certain part, you relive that emotion.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Okay, so great example. So when we talk about being the observer, and when you hear people say that we're talking about observing the true you, your soul, observing the matrix or the physical experience. And when you start practicing understanding the root of where things from an emotional standpoint is coming from, you can start being that observer. And once you get into that observer state, that's when it's going to click like that. And the true you, your soul, is going to tap into the higher realms. And you're going to start getting, quote, quote, what they call downloads. Okay? You're going to start tapping into Akashic records. You're going to have conversations with your soul on why things are XYZ in the physical experience. And when you really, really at that observer level, that's when no matter what question you put out there, it will get answered. And that ain't nobody answering it for you. That's you giving you the answer, because you already know this shit. And a lot of those answers, it's going to knock you off your ass, because it's going to come back to, well, yeah, that's the way it was set up.
You wanted that experience.
Exactly. Exactly. So when I can say there are no victims, I mean what I say. And I'm not saying that to be harsh. I'm saying that so you can dig into true self and be the observer and tap into the true you, your soul. I can't not tell you what your soul experience is. Nobody on this panel can tell you that. You have to do it, and you have the ability to do it. Okay? So ego, every gratification outside of self. So shout out to Sis Divinity. She came up with that. That's what the ego is. Every gratification outside of self. And then it hit me. I compete with no one but myself until I realize even competing with self is ego. There is nothing to compete with because I am. When you allow that ego character to be the main driver, it can never be enough. It always needs to be fed. And the more and more you feed your ego with this illusionary bullshit, the more you are starving your soul. So when I talk about looking yourself in the fucking mirror and being honest with yourself, these are the things that I'm talking about. You know in your soul when you want some bullshit. You know in your soul that your actions and the way you're navigating, whether or not you're taking from someone and putting them at harm, or whether you are allowing someone to take from you to put yourself at harm. You know at your soul level why you are doing that. And a lot of times it's because that ego character got itself in that situation, and or because of trauma.
Yeah. Unresolved trauma.
Unresolved trauma. You developed ego characters. So I'll just say that for the slow ones. You know in your soul when you want some bullshit. All you have to do is stand in that mirror and look at your fucking self. You know what it is. That's whether or not you're taking from someone, inflicting fuckery on others, or you're allowing someone to take from you and inflict fuckery on you. And you also know the root reason why you are doing either one of those things. And a lot of times, it's unresolved trauma. So to protect, quote, quote, yourself, you developed these ego characters. So
And
that, I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
those ego-based characters you speak of is also similar to what you call alters and what they call mind-based, trauma-based mind control.
Yes.
Same thing that you're doing because of what you went through. You've now suppressed it so much. You have to act a different way. You different way. You look at things differently because you can't rationalize it through that particular situation, that particular viewpoint, because of the trauma that you had endured at that situation.
Right. It becomes a defense mechanism.
Correct. A detrimental defense mechanism.
A detrimental defense mechanism. And that is why no matter what you do, no matter how much you take or how much you're giving, it'll never be enough. You'll always be unhappy. You are unhappy. It don't matter who you lay up under or who you laying up on, baby. You still gonna be unhappy because your soul is unrest. That's who you truly are. Okay.
You know, I think in psychology, that's when people develop split personalities.
That's to the extreme. Let's keep
Yeah.
that. Let's sit that aside. That's to the extreme.
But what I was thinking when I was watching horror movies and I couldn't sleep for days because they were so bad. The reason I got a chance to be able to take the horror is that I had to start realizing that there was a photographer or a movie person, producer in there with the horror. So it's really not real what you're looking at. You're looking at an image that they want you to internalize, but they have to see it too. So it can't be real. And so that's how I got out a lot of the trauma of looking at things I can't handle. It's like it's a hologram. It's not real.
And Cassandra, what I
Hmm.
see you doing in that situation is you're reprogramming your brain to see things how you should see it.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, exactly.
Then saying to self, this is not how it should be. Let's reprogram how we should feel and how we should interpret that particular image. And that's what
Exactly.
you should be doing to ourselves. We should be checking on ourselves, taking in the information and saying, wait, is this how I should be responding to it? And then as you did, reprogram your brain for what you want it to be. Don't accept it for what it is.
Right.
Think
Exactly.
think about it this way, though.
Hmm.
Is it actually what you're seeing that scared you, or was it the music that they were playing?
Yeah, they do
You
play
can
that kind
take
of music
you
too.
right, because you can take
Hmm.
a scene where somebody is being
Yeah.
killed and
Yeah.
add some Abbott and Costello music,
Yeah.
and the shit is funny.
Yeah, exactly.
But then you add that certain frequency which invokes fear,
Right.
Dun-dun.
and it's scary. It's a frequency.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, because of the music. Yeah, it is.
They're
It's
setting
not your visual. It's the frequency.
yeah,
Everything is set with the music.
Hmm.
You get sad on the scene because they put that sad ass music on
violence on
Yeah, they
instead
do.
of them
Yeah, they do.
strings and
Right.
shit. You get excited and thrilled when they had them drums going, had them 808s going.
Yeah.
They know how to manipulate you.
Mhm.
Frequencies, music.
Yep.
It's the music that's fucking with you. It's those frequencies. It's not really so much as what you're seeing, because depending on what mood you're in, People sit up and watch this world star shit. We sit up, make videos, go viral about people getting their noodle blew off,
Ooh,
this, that, and the other.
ooh.
And people want to sit up and watch it. The news will give you blurred versions, but then somebody go give you the link to where you can see the full version
Right.
and this, that, and the other. Motherfuckers pick and choose
That's true.
what it is they're disgusted by or got fear in.
Exactly.
That's the studio.
It is so funny. I'm like, oh my God, I'm just, yeah, I'm old. I can't deal with this music. It's one song, and when I heard that shit, old boy didn't have no type of words. Some fucked up beat in the back and all. He was I mean, I'm not making this shit up, yo. I promise you, baby, I'm not making it up. He was like, I said, you know what? I'm finna get my old ass up. I'm finna go to my motherfucking truck. I'm finna put on some Isleys, drifting on a memory. Ooh. Because that shit was messing with my spirit. And you had, people sitting there bobbing their head, and literally, old boy wasn't saying nothing. I said, I can't do this. And melanated people just to bobbing their head. I said, I know it's a generational thing, but god damn. He don't even have to speak on this bitch. It's just a whatever the hell he was saying. And then I'm minding my business, and what comes across the screen, they remaking oh girl, The Exorcist Abroad.
Oh yeah, where head turns all around.
And she a melanated girl.
Oh.
And the clip that I saw got her father sitting there motherfucking pleading with her and these goddamn demons to get it together.
Mm.
I said, I know they lying. I know y'all done ran out of stuff on Earth. If you trying to sit up here and think that a melanated parent finna sit up here and negotiate with a goddamn demon. So you're absolutely right. It's the things that people choose to take into their frequency. Because if they stop taking the shit in, it wouldn't be put out. All of this fuckery, this degeneracy, it goes on because that's the reality that the collective consciousness tunes into.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if you don't pay that shit no attention and create the world you want to live in, not the world that somebody else done told you or brother such and so told you, create the world you want to live in.
There's some chick out now trying to create spells openly, call it art. And they keep playing that over and over in the news, that she's representing now what they want to happen. And by casting spells. And so every time it comes on, I just turn my head. As I say, oh, sit down, girl. Nobody wants your spells.
Yeah, and
Because
just the clear fact that you got to come on the television, which is casting spells on every second, millisecond at that. Damn.
Right.
Millisecond.
Broadcasters.
Exactly.
Yep. Right.
So I don't
So
need
you
no
can
broad to come on there and tell me what the fuck she finna allegedly and supposedly do to me. Because it's
Right.
not gonna fucking happen. Because you could solve that easily and click that motherfucker
Turn it
off.
off. Turn it off. Yeah.
But that's
Tune
how
it
they
out.
mind. They project it into you with newscastings of that nature, and you internalize it.
Exactly.
Oh, I am this. Oh, I am sick. Oh, I am whatever.
Exactly.
That's the medicines. Try this one. Try this one. Try this one. Try this. If you have this happening to you, we make this medicine.
Yeah.
I said, man, you're gonna be sick as a dog if you keep listening to
So
these people.
again, there are no victims.
Yeah.
Okay? You go look yourself in the mirror. Do you like what you see? I'm not talking about because you think you looked good that motherfucking day, okay? We all get them days. Oh, yeah, I'm looking real good. Okay, kudos to you, boo. That's not what the fuck we're talking about, her. Can you go look yourself in the mirror? Are you happy with you? And all you know, whether or not you happy with yourself, you know that anyway. Shit. But just in case you need some motherfucking reminders. If you are at unrest, if you are in fear, if you feel that you are lacking, if you feel something or someone or somebody is out to get you, if you feel that there's a catch to somebody loving you or there's a catch to you loving somebody, you got something unrest with you. And you need to do the necessary work on self to get to the root cause of where those feelings are coming from. That you feel all those things. So again, this shit ain't hard. I don't have to come up here every week and come up with some catchy phrases and do this and hum, yum. Let's stop with the bullshit. Stand yourself in that mirror and be honest with your fucking self. Do you like what you see? And if not, why? And what's the cause of that why? Because at the core soul of you, who you truly are, you do not lack. You are of pure unconditional love.
Facts.
The rest of those things are fucking illusions. Okay? Your soul knows how to navigate in any situation, in any matrix. You just have to tap into the true you. But anytime you want to put up defense mechanisms with behavior, whether or not you're being the aggressor or whether or not you're allowing yourself to be victimized, that's all ego-based. Okay? That's why the ego can never get enough. Because as you're feeding your ego with this bullshit, you're starving your soul. You're not being the true you. And when you can't be the true you, you can never attract infinite, pure things. You will always attract artificial bullshit. Okay? So that's what death to the ego is truly about. All right. So let's go over this stuff again. At your soul level, who you truly are, your pure, unconditional love, all knowing, you are a creator. Your soul is authentically who you are, authentic self. That's where the term I am that I am comes from. That's why when we talk about unconditional love, it's not about, like we mentioned last week, because people got that fucked up too. Like they got the definition of ego fucked up. Unconditional love is, okay, I get it. I see what it is. What you're going through as a soul. I allow you to do your journey. I love you unconditionally enough. You got to work through what you need to work through, and I support you on that. Not going to support you in no bullshit, because that's ego-based shit. Okay? That's what pure unconditional love is. And in order to receive it, you got to be able to give it, and you got to be able to know what the fuck it is. And that ain't at no ego level. So when we talk about people doing things and how they move, and I'm watching how you move up in these streets, I'm really looking at how much ego character is this person playing versus how they navigate at the soul. And I promise you, I can always spot the difference. You make the choice. You can definitely keep navigating this realm, letting the ego drive. Baby, you do you. But just understand the rules. Okay? Because when you're operating at that ego level, you have a very, very hard time, quote, quote, distinguishing between the soul and the ego character. Because that ego carries that fear, that survival, that control, lacking, I have to obtain. And it's duality. And that's fine if that's what you want to be the driver of your experience here on earth. Just understand the rules. With letting that ego be the driver, you will never be in the position of being a creator. You will never be in the condition to experience unconditional love. And the ego character, it's always going to be about transactional. It's always going to be about fear, survival, rules.
That's funny.
Understand the difference. You are a soul having a physical experience.
Can I say something that's kind of wacky?
Yeah, go ahead, sis.
I've been reading currently AT&T, and they have on there what you need to do or say to somebody to date them.
Who, baby? Now, wait a minute, baby. Who said this?
That's why I had to laugh, because the ego has to step into these states, right? You have to, the Instagram, Twitter, however you meet your person, right? And these people had enough nerves to post what that person had to do to get with them. And I said, what? So they, instead of letting the soul choose their, situation,
Exactly.
they decided, well, you got to pay for my babysitting. You got to
Yeah.
get me some gas money to come to your house, or the restaurant, because I'm not coming to your house, and neither are you coming here. And you got to call me back by this date. It was just absolute. I said, how in the world do anybody's soul get involved in
It's
their
not
life?
involved.
It's
That's why
not.
that's why marriage is falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, because if we're gonna keep this shit all the way fucking funky,
honey.
really, when you meet somebody, it's supposed to be an energy exchange.
It's supposed to be exactly. And
Shit.
I'm like,
Because if
how
I
can you
got to
do
go through
this?
all of that, you might go through that whole list and show up, and your energy, our energy just don't fucking match.
And you wasted all that time and energy.
Right. But
just
a
to
lot of
get
people,
nothing.
let's be clear, a lot of people go head on and go with it because it's transactional.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's
You
a
know goddamn
transaction
well
they make.
you don't like dude. Or dude know goddamn well he really ain't feeling that person. And then people want to sit around and scratch their head up to talk about some why didn't it work. Come on now. Go stand in that motherfucking mirror and talk to yourself, baby. Because I don't want to hear the bullshit. You understand me?
Understand?
I think, yes, dear.
I was going to add a similar experience where it was the opposite, where the person was a blank slate and they didn't know what they should be bringing to the table as the individual. So instead of them being having genuine moments, they're asking me what they should do or how they should love, and I'm saying to myself, if I have to tell you
Wow.
detail as to what you should do to love me and what you should do to care for me, then why do I need you? Because I'm looking for that genuine love where I don't even know I need this, but here you are bringing it to me and making it something of specialty because I didn't even realize it was something that was of value to me until you brought it to me. But if I have to
Exactly.
detail, like I have to
Exactly.
say, this is put your hand here, do this, and do that, then I'll just like go get a whore. Then it's a lot cheaper, easier. That
I mean, we gonna keep the shit all the way honest.
right? It's
I
preloaded.
know.
That's all or nothing.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's an energy exchange.
It's an
It
energy
is.
exchange, and people don't be wanting to be real.
Yeah.
They put up them shields. And they said, oh, this person don't meet my criteria.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
To an extent, though, we do have to teach people how to love us.
Yeah. I agree.
Everybody's perspective on love is something totally different based upon their experiences. If we know that most people haven't reached a stage of unconditional love, how do you just expect them to know that, especially in interactions with you?
Well,
We have to teach people how to love us. If you sit up and just accept anything from a motherfucker, and all he have to do is tell you, I did that because I love you, or you know I love you, and that make everything all right, then that's your version of love. That's what you expect out of love, because that's the way you were groomed. Oh, okay, you in a relationship with this guy. He like this way and that way. You get with this next guy, and then you do this that way with him, and he like, what the fuck is you doing? like that shit is crazy. Like, who the fuck do that? Where they do that at? Well, you like, well, that's all I know. Yeah, you like, well, that's all I know, because that's what my ex did. We have to teach people how to love us, or they gonna love us based upon their previous experiences.
Right. And we should be doing that in our courting stages, in a sense.
well, I'm
But
thinking about
all that's connected with energy, though.
Yeah, because
You-
to me,
you-
it starts with the
yeah.
energy.
It starts with the energy.
and the ability to communicate. The thing
Well,
is,
yeah,
Absolutely. But that's a
people,
part of the
yeah.
basics of relationships, which people aren't doing. That's the
Yeah, that's
basics of
right.
relationships, communication.
Foundation.
to me, if your so-called significant other, if you can't talk to them about anything under the sun,
I agree on that now. I'm with you when
y'all
you're
really
right.
don't motherfucking y'all really don't motherfucking know each other.
Right. Y'all pretending.
Because, right, because you don't know what is y'all and what ain't y'all. You should be able to
Exactly.
talk about shit and it not fuck y'all up because it ain't
Right.
got shit to do with y'all.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
that's just me.
No. You're right on that. So let's back up because we don't want to confuse these youngins, Brother Sean. We got to be fucking clear on what we saying. I'm gonna say again. When you're at that first stage of meeting somebody, it's supposed to be an energy exchange off the bat.
Mhm.
Now, if you ain't feeling the motherfucker, you ain't feeling them. Or if they ain't feeling you, they ain't feeling you. What ain't supposed to happen is the ego kick in. Well, he got a this or she got a that. No, fuck all of that. What did the energy say? What did your motherfucking soul say?
Well,
Let's
did it
start
speak
with
to
that.
you?
Yeah, I know she got
Yeah.
10 kids, but I'll look the other.
Do you know her spiritually? Because you're really supposed to connect on that level.
It's supposed to be at the soul level first. You know whether or not off the bat if you feeling some fucking body. If you got to start making justifications on why you finna roll with somebody, that sound ego to me. So people walking into it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So you walking into it pretending. So now I got to keep the whole motherfucking relationship up pretending.
Correct.
Or that you try to change you because they're not really.
That too.
That's
That
the
too.
potential. Yeah.
The fuck
You
this
can't change
about?
nobody.
No, you ain't finna change nobody. So
No, you
you
can't.
putting on
You
a
can't.
mask, they putting on a mask. Y'all both look like some fucking clowns in the end. So it starts with the energy, with your heart. Your soul know, because it's a frequency. Your soul knows when somebody matches your frequency.
Yes, it does.
Okay? And when you start with the good foundation, the rest of the stuff, it should be pretty easy.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
but whether we think we do or not, we do teach people how to love us.
Oh, now that
If
I
a
agree with
motherfucker,
that.
Yeah, it
if a
comes naturally.
if a
If
motherfucker
it's
treating you right, you stay with that motherfucker. They obviously loving you the right way. The minute a motherfucker start fucking up,
Yeah.
you cut them off.
Yep, you put their ass on notice, and Sis Copper said people will play a part to get what they want from you. Yeah, people will put that mask on, but let me tell you something about RMJ, baby. You could put that motherfucking mask on. The moment you take that whore off, deuce.
That's
Cause
not
see,
love,
what we
is
ain't
it?
fencing to do
Mm-hmm.
is that you done sent your motherfucking representative and you think I'm all up in love. And I'm finna put up with your bullshit. Nah, baby, I'm finna bounce.
Your ego. He said it's ego instead of his soul.
Okay? So that's still not authentic. If you going into some shit with a mask on. That's why it is important. What does your heart say?
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a fuck what no other motherfucker say. What does your heart say? That's how you build a foundation.
It's like a tuning fork.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like a dance.
Who do you resonate?
Yeah.
Okay, y'all
It
like the
resonates.
music. I like your music. You like my music. Okay.
Beautiful music
So
together.
now let's create a dance.
We in tune.
Okay? I may not like break dancing. Let's modify that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
We are supposed to be loving at the soul level. And you can only love at that level with unconditional love when you know thyself. You can't give me nothing that you don't have.
Right.
Don't matter how much unconditional love somebody try to put on you while they're in a relationship with you. If you're not at that point, it will never be enough because you're operating from ego. And more than likely, there's a lot of trauma involved that you need to resolve. And that's not your old lady's or your old man's responsibility to resolve it and to or come to complete you. That is your responsibility. Okay? That's why it's important to understand the difference between soul level work and ego. And all you got to do is stand in that mirror and have that conversation. Or if you don't want to stand in the mirror, sit with yourself and have that conversation with yourself. You have all the answers. Okay? All right. So the next two, we talked about mind and body. Okay, what we're calling mind, it's just a mechanism where the ego resides. Okay, emotions and feelings. Okay, it's used also to operate in the duality. Okay, and in the body, it's really, we should know this stuff, physical avatar. All right, emitting energy as well. But who you truly are is at the soul level. And until you get to that level, you'll never know true peace. You'll never experience unconditional love from the giving and the receiving. You'll never be at the true creator state. That's who you truly are. Okay? Now, you need to determine at your soul level your ego characters that you are playing. All right. Okay, so ego purpose. What is the purpose of the ego? Right? We talked about that. To experience the matrix. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh, okay, no worries.
I just said, yep.
What is the purpose of the ego? To experience the matrix, the physical, for the purpose of evolving the soul in duality. We are the falling angels, or the angle of light, that fell to 3D density to experience the physical. The mind/ego should be in service to the soul. The soul is the master. All right. So this particular video that was talking about ego and ego death and all of that. Put the question out there. What are you willing to pay to be free? And my answer is ego death is my payment. Okay. You can have this ego shit. I use it for what I need to use it for to navigate in the matrix. But who I truly am is at the soul level. Okay? Every soul must return home. Where is home? Soul consciousness. You're not this body. You're
Amen.
not these roles that you are playing. You are a soul, i.e., pure consciousness, i.e., energy. Okay?
It's a,
Yes, sir.
we're also not any of these experiences
Come
that
on with it
we've
now.
been through.
Come on with it.
Love just happens to be the highest or most powerful experience in it. But all of that is ego, period. Ego is that which through you have the experience. Period. So every emotion that you feel, every identity or label that you take is part of the ego. Whether you calling yourself indigenous, Pan African, Caucasian,
Right.
Anunnaki, etc., etc., Atlantean, Lemurian, all of that is ego. It's characters and constructs created for this hologram, created
Agreed.
for this experience. So, in actuality, you're none of those things. Those are just characters you played. There's no trauma. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing you have to heal from because your soul was never damaged.
Can you say that again? Because I never brought that up because I know that's a hard one, Brother Sean.
There's nothing you have to heal from because the soul was never damaged.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can sit up and go back and forth about shit, but it'll never be a back and forth because I'm not going to participate.
Yeah.
It is what the fuck it is.
Right.
If you say you're a soul having a human experience, everything historical, everything that is written are stories about the characters and the roles that have been played. Period. Everything that you're going through now is a character role. You're told how you're supposed to react. You're told what you're going through or what you're going to go through. You're told who you are. Everything. Just like if you went on a movie audition and you got to auditioning for a character, they tell you, we looking for somebody that can play this type of character. This character story is this, that, or the other. You act this way under these circumstances. You do that under these circumstances. This, that, or the other. Every aspect of you is told to you how you're supposed to be.
Scripted out.
Just like with your education is that or the other. You go to school for this, so that's who you're supposed to be. This occupation that you went to school for is supposed to define you for the rest of your life.
I'm a doctor. I'm a scientist.
I'm a teacher.
Right.
And that's your legacy forever. Something you experienced. But Who am I to say anything? I'm not really, I'm not really here. So if you're listening to me, you're probably crazy anyway.
Welcome.
It's interesting when we talk about the concept of there's nothing to heal, and I want y'all to bear with me and bear with us, okay? And the reason Brother Sean made that statement, I understand why he made that statement, because when you start to truly go inward and you become the observer, okay, you start to get the downloads to tell you why certain events jumped off in the matrix for that particular trauma experience. So that's where he's coming from when he says you have nothing to heal from. Okay. Just want to be clear, because I know that's a very, very hard concept for folks to get, which is why I didn't bring it up. Okay. He is saying that because once you tap into the true you and the higher self, and you're truly looking at things from an observer soul standpoint, so you're sitting in the movie theater looking at the movie, and you start asking yourself questions. Oh, well, why did this happen? And the shit can get so deep that roll, the beautiful Bing footage comes, what we call the Akashic records. You go, oh, shit. Oh, okay. Got it. Or you start talking to yourself. Okay. So meaning the voice, that's what we're calling downloads, which is really yourself, starts giving you those answers. Okay. So when we talk about there's nothing to heal from, that's the standpoint he's talking from. I'm sorry, go ahead on, nephew.
A download, as you mentioned, that just popped in is do you remember the movie with Chris Rock? I forgot the name of it now, but he was in a movie where he was a comedian. He was driving back from his show, and he died. He got in a car accident, but apparently the angels had pulled him too early, and he was given
Oh,
a
yeah. I can't remember the name of that movie either. Yeah.
he was given the loophole was because the mistake was on the angel side. He was given the opportunity to go back into another body, and this is what we're talking about: the soul and the body itself. Because within the
Exactly.
dialogue of that movie, he's in the soul form. And they're telling him, well, you died because of this, and you were supposed to do this because of that, but this happened. So you know what? We're gonna give you another chance, and we're gonna put you back. But this
Oh,
body
they said
is
Down
different.
to Earth. That's the movie, Down to
Right.
Earth.
Exactly, because in that movie we see the actual play out of the spirit world and the actual matrix, where
Yep.
this character is playing this role. He's a rich white billionaire. She's not
Mm-hmm.
supposed to fall in love with this poor little black girl, but because the soul inside the body is not the
The
original,
body, exactly.
not the
So,
original character, it's now defining the role of that particular body. If you guys are following me, because in the story, the woman, the main character, the main female, she knew that Chris Rock was in the body, and then
mm-hmm.
the last part of it, when Chris Rock transitioned, essentially, she knew no longer that person was in that body. Oh no, the body died. The body died. The person that she had loved, Chris Rock, was in that body, and that body died. But then she realized that Chris Rock again, his energy moved to another character. So even though
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't this white guy, it was another black guy. She now
Right.
see the same energy source or the same aura within the new body, and they were able to have their fairy tale ending. But it just showed in that particular movie the actual the makeup of the transition of the spirit world, where there is the separation of the physical body and the actual spirit. And yes, you can go from vessel to vessel depending on
Absolutely.
the contract that you have agreed to on the other
Absolutely.
side.
Damn, thank you for bringing it up, nephew. Now we getting somewhere. Because
Yeah, that was
basically, Regina King, wasn't that Regina King?
yes, that was
Okay, okay, yep. I'm remembering now. So Regina King's soul recognized Chris Rock's soul
right. I think
at
I don't
the
think
at the energy level.
right.
So she knew who he was at the energy level.
Like she knew that the white, like when he was the white guy, she knew that wasn't his original.
Exactly.
Like the white guy, but there was something about him.
It was something about him. Exactly. Because she recognized him at the soul level.
Right.
Or through the heart chakra. So when we was talking about up here, when you meeting motherfuckers and you sitting up here playing games, and I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? First of all, what was the energy talking about?
Yeah.
That is a perfect example. She recognized him at the soul level through her heart chakra.
Yeah.
That's the perfect fucking example of what we talking about. Exactly. It wasn't the body. It wasn't his position in life. She recognized him at the soul level through the heart chakra. Yeah. That was a perfect fucking example. And if people are honest with themselves, most aren't recognizing people that they're dealing with at that level. That's a perfect ass example, nephew. I promise you I'm going to be using that from now on. All right.
So go back and watch that movie.
Yeah, now I'm fixing to go back and watch it because she sure recognized him. She like something familiar about him. It's something familiar. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
It's also having the ability to observe, to step outside of a situation, especially when it comes to your emotions or reactions to something, when you're triggered by something. Being able to step outside of that one situation and enter and understand why you're triggered, why you react the way you do, and to be able to intercede and stop it before you react the way that you usually do.
Mm-hmm. That's a good.
Because it's about mastering self.
Mm-hmm.
We have all these expectations of others, and we can't be the peace or the unconditional love that we want from others.
Absolutely.
We can't even be that to ourselves.
Exactly.
And that's because we can't step outside of the experience and realize that it's just that an experience. You have to be able to step outside of it to understand what it is you're supposed to learn from this particular lesson. Because each interaction is an experience and a lesson. You keep repeating the same lessons or having the same experience because you haven't learned from it. You haven't grown from it. You haven't been able to let it go. It's an experience. You learn from it, you let it go, you grow. I digress.
It's interesting. Shout out to Susan H. In the comments. Yeah, Susan, you so get it. This is gonna be a hard one. We'll get there though. This is for merging with the collective energetically and ascension to the highest power.
That part.
That's right.
Okay.
And that's what
Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying to do since COVID is ascending.
whereas people had that little acronym as far as what would Jesus do? It should be what would your higher self do?
Exactly. Because really, Jesus is the representation of the crown chakra, right?
Right.
Right, your
Or how
higher
you say,
self.
Spirit,
Your
what do you
higher
want me to
self.
do? Because that's
So
what I
it's
said.
what would your higher self do?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't always react from your programming. If you
Exactly.
say that you're a God and the creator and this, that, or the other, and you keep going by the programming, and then the excuse that most people use is, well, I'm only human. No, I thought you said you were having a human experience. I mean, a minute
Exactly.
ago, you was a god or a goddess and all this, that, or the other. And then when you get caught on your bullshit, then it's, I'm
But
human.
Right. I'm only human. Right. Susan H says she's really putting some great stuff in the comments. Um, and trauma/vibration and healing is how you learn this energetic/spiritual discernment.
I
You're,
say it's how
I'm,
you level up.
I'm sorry. Go
When
ahead, nephew. What you say?
when it comes to trauma, I say that's like when you're in the video game and you have to go through a particular level. That's how you
Mm.
learn. Because we're here to this is supposed to be a school for our
Uh
spirit
huh.
to learn
Uh huh.
new experiences. We've been hijacked because we're now feeding on negative experiences, but we're supposed to have these experiences. So when it's something, as you said, bad happens, I don't look at it bad anymore. No, it's an experience I'm supposed to go through. I have the resources to succeed in this particular situation. I just need to figure it out. I just need to go through it to learn whatever I'm supposed to learn from it.
And Susan says you're supposed to ask why the other person is suffering and give kindness and love thy neighbor as thyself. Okay. And I agree with that. That's what the unconditional love is about. Only thing that you add to that, because unconditional love is always loving yourself as well. So you never put yourself in a position where you're extending that particular understanding and kindness at the detriment
Of yourself.
of yourself.
Yeah, there are
Okay.
succubus around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone's not ready for
I
that.
agree. Most
And it's,
aren't. Most aren't. We have, most aren't.
and unconditional love begins with
With
self.
If
yourself.
it begins
You
with
have,
self. Mm-hmm.
and in loving someone enough or unconditionally, you let them go through their
Your problems.
experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, you
They
would
gotta learn
provide space for
for them to
Mm-hmm.
them
grow.
to heal
Right.
when they're
Mm-hmm.
ready to
Right.
heal.
And wish them
Other
well
than
on their
that,
journey.
other than that, when they're vibrating low and trying to pull everybody down around them, there are times that you have to separate yourself from them
Like
Absolutely.
a like
because they have to
a man.
embark upon their own journey.
Journey. That's right. Don't
They're
that
Mm-hmm.
doesn't
having,
mean you don't love them.
She gotta let them go.
Yeah, they
but
mm-mm. I'm sorry,
but
go ahead, brother Philip.
also keeping in mind that it's just an experience.
Experience.
And as
Exactly.
far as for their soul, they're whole. They're actually not going through anything. Their character playing a role, a
Mm-hmm.
scripted role,
Yep.
just as you are.
Absolutely.
But depending upon the nature of your role to that individual, that may determine some of the ways in which we interact with them.
Right.
But we also can't do things that's to their detriment or rob them of the experience they chose to have.
Absolutely.
That's interfering in universal law.
Mm-hmm.
People have free will, as we keep saying. That means you can choose to suffer if you want to.
Yeah,
Yep.
that as it is.
Yep. Very, very good stuff, y'all, tonight. Good stuff. Okay, so just to recap, purpose of the ego is to experience the matrix, the physical, for the purpose of evolving the true you, the soul, in duality. We are the fallen angels or the angels of light that fell to 3D density to experience the physical. The mind / ego should be in service to the soul. The soul is the master.
Mm-hmm.
Every soul must return home. Where is home? Soul consciousness. Okay? All right, so we're going to stop there. And we're going to next week back up on you are. Okay? All right, so with that said, let me get into. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
That was deep.
I know, and I apologize that I keep going over this stuff, fam. But every time I go over it, we do it from a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
Peel another layer off.
Exactly, and I'm doing that for a purpose, because I'm trying to not only it hit your consciousness, but for it to seep into your subconsciousness. And that spark of who you truly are, your soul perks up and say, yeah, I've been trying to tell your ass that. Come on, let's get busy. Your higher self tapping you on the shoulder, saying, come on, let's do this. It's time to elevate.
Antoine, I think, want to say something. I'm not sure.
Yes, and come on, nephew, you want to come on the panel?
Well,
Come
I just
on.
want to be sorry about going over this stuff, because everything else that's out there is bullshit. So this is really the stuff that we should be.
And that's why I keep going over it. So that's why I'm, asking you all to be patient with me. Those that are getting it. Shit. All right, I'm getting the link for nephew.
It says
yes, sir.
everything else is connected to this period. There is
right.
no way around it, because everything that everybody else is talking about is connected to the ego.
Absolutely.
Period. Because it's about the characters that are being played, and who's supposed to be on top and who not supposed to be on top.
Right.
I mean, it's all ego.
It is.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then putting on the ego, what the fuck you doing?
Exactly.
Along with that comes a certain responsibility. You are charged with being able, well, actually, as the only beings who are capable of healing mama and correcting everything that's going on. And we still bickering amongst each other over bullshit.
Right.
Ain't nobody really putting in the work that need to be put in. If motherfuckers was actually talking about coming together and doing some shit, it wouldn't be being done on no type of social media, YouTube, none of that type shit. It'll be conversations being held in a room with no phones, no laptops, no type of fucking technology in them.
Alert from Finder.
Yep.
That's where the conversations would be held at. Shit would actually be happening.
Yep.
All these metaphysical motherfuckers, all these motherfuckers with cures and this, that, or the other. My shit'll do this for you. My shit'll do that for you. Do this way. Do this that way. And only thing I see motherfuckers making is money.
Yep.
Been teaching this shit for years, but ain't seen not one student do shit. You still got the same motherfuckers following you, commenting on every goddamn live, buying every goddamn thing you put out, and they still looking to you for answers.
Yep.
When do we really put in the motherfucking work that we was created to do? We talking about the ego, but what about the purpose of the ego?
Right.
We cling to the lower vibrational frequencies of the ego and expect shit to change. Thinking so lowly and so limited itself, the only thing you can think about is reparations or being able to enslave the white man again.
Ooh.
Petty shit. You ain't talking about creating some more shit. You ain't talking about melting the Antarctic ice wall. Just removing that shit, just making it go poof so you can see the rest of your shit. None of that. Just stupid shit. You want to twerk. You want to be naked. For all the wrong reasons. It's not like you want to be naked because you say that you natural and you out there becoming this one with mother. When you naked, ain't nothing about you as far as for becoming one, because you jumping up and down with everybody. But I digress.
Indeed. Hey, nephew Antoine.
Good day, people. How y'all doing?
Good. How are
Good.
you?
Good.
Staying focused.
Good. It's good to hear your voice.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that. It's good to hear y'all. I'm just creating what I'm supposed to create. It's just staying focused, staying out the way of the bull.
Indeed.
Good job.
I'm
Absolutely.
glad Elder Sean said what he said, because the reason why I say that is because I had asked my most high self, I had asked, the deep for a message and whatnot. Like, okay, why am I doing what I'm doing? And one of the first things, of course, when you dream and whatnot, you getting your message.
Mm-hmm.
The first dream that I had, that first message that I got was it was me in the back of my car, but my car was driving itself. I was sitting in the back seat. I wasn't sitting in the driver's seat.
Mm-hmm.
I never seen who the driver was, but to me, it wasn't nobody driving the car, but the car itself. But every time I looked away, like did something, like as far as like look down at my phone or try to read a book or try to do something that wasn't focusing on the driver itself, the car began to go off road.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I start focusing on, even though I wasn't driving, I was focusing and making sure I was paying attention, looking out the windows and paying attention to the scenery. The car would drive peacefully and smoothly. But every time I looked away or tried to do something else while the car was driving, it went off road. And to me, that was me. That was my message for me saying, be present, be aware, you know, allow, the Most High to guide you and whatnot, but still be aware and be present. And you need to interject when you need to interject, and you don't need to be distracted on no bullshit while you being carried on this path. You need to be learning these experiences and whatnot. You need to be paying attention to what's going on, because if you don't, you're gonna have to repeat it. You have to go. You're gonna have to try. You're gonna have to go through it again, or you're gonna end up going off road, and you don't want to do that. And people are in that state. Majority of people are in that state to where they don't went off road, and they don't want to go back on that. Get back in that car, get back on that seat, and
Right.
keep experiencing what they need to experience. They don't want to, because at a point this experience ends, and you transition on, and you go and do what else you need to go and do, whatever that may be. Now, for those who trapped up in their ego, that's a scary thing. You don't know what's going to happen after this. You don't know what's going to go on after this. You know. However, this experience has no meaning. This experience has no value if it does not end and you transition on to another one and be able to sit back and gain the information that you gained from that experience. If you're just constantly in the stress, you just constantly in the back seat just paying attention, and you ain't having no time to sit and review on what's going on, there ain't no point of it. And yeah, it sucks that you kind of this, me, myself, Antoine is going to have a period where Antoine is no longer in existence. In my younger self, that sucked. That's scary. I was 5, 6, 7 years old coming to realize this. That's scary. But then once you get past, okay, well, then what's past this then? Well, nobody said that you was completely gone. You yourself, your being is always going to be. But the experience that you had in that avatar, in that state, yes, that's going to transition on. But you yourself, you still going to be here, and you still going to have that knowledge of self along with how many you done been beforehand. And now you carry that on to what it is. It may, whatever your next mission may be, you may have to go and be how Mother Earth is. You may have to go and be whatever comes about, whatever all this has to do, whatever we doing, creating experience and comprehending self through many different forms. And from a small point, and from the ego, that's scary. But from the big point, it's like, okay, damn, I'm part of something that's never gonna end.
Right.
That's never gonna, that's never gonna stop.
Right.
And you get to help yourself comprehend that. And like you said, like, you can't rob yourself of your experiences and whatnot. You gotta let people go through what they're going through. You gotta let that. You gotta give them you gotta give yourself the right information, but you then gotta let yourself do what you need to do with that information
or experience. Yeah.
Right.
Because if you don't, you're gonna rob yourself of that experience. Then you yourself in this form gonna have to experience that in a different way, because you robbed yourself of it in this way. The universe always gonna get it how they need to get it. Like, yeah, you may have stopped yourself from right here, but you gonna have to go through it in this other way. Do you wonder why did I go through this? Why am I going through this? You robbed yourself beforehand. But that wasn't me. That was you. You just ain't see it. It was just you was just in a different form.
Right.
And they talked about that in Lovecraft Country too. Like, yeah, because I watched that whole season, and I was like, man, I can't wait to tell Auntie Rhonda about this, because me and my lady, I was baffled. I'm like, I can't believe they put this in here. Like,
I know.
No wonder they cut that off real quick.
They did.
But yeah, I mean, it's a peaceful and and a unfolding and just a unknowing journey, like, because every day it's every day for me. Like, personally, I can only speak from my point of view, from our point of view. It's a journey, finding your own way. But once you doing that, you have a different energy that you carry.
Absolutely.
with everybody else, because everybody sees, okay, this person is moving differently.
Mm-hmm.
This person is in tune on a different level.
Right.
And that's that, as they say, that's that 144. That's just frequency. That's just a
Yep.
frequency that you need to attain. And once you attain that frequency, that's when you're able to see everything for what it is. And you're able to
Right.
be with everything as it needs to be. And you're gonna have
Indeed.
your bumps and downs, you're gonna have your ups and downs, everybody do. You're gonna have your lessons that you gotta learn, you supposed to. Like Elder Sean said, your soul is never destroyed. Your soul is never out of attack. It's always intact. You ain't you yourself is never in no trauma state. It just knows that I have to learn this so I can be better from where I'm trying to get to. Because you're just gonna have to repeat this, and then you're gonna have to, just like on Down to Earth with Chris Rock. Once he got to the point where he comprehended what was going on and he did what he needed to do, and they rewarded him and put him in Joe Guy's body. When he got into Joe Guy's body, they said, okay, now, yeah, we got to do the final process. He said, what you mean? He said, now you ain't gonna remember none of this. He said, what you mean I ain't gonna remember none of this?
Right.
He said, yeah,
Right.
He said, well, you did what you need to do. We messed up and we gave you what you needed to get. We rewarded you. We gave you a get back and whatnot. Now, the universe need theirs. You can't remember this, but you still got to move like this. You still got to move. You still gonna be able to move with your energy and who you is, but you won't remember this experiences and whatnot. You just have to go off your soul and that energy that you done built up now and move forward and make the right decision. He said, well, how the hell am I supposed to make it? I'm gonna forget. You gonna know.
Mm-hmm.
You always gonna know
That's
it.
not true.
But you gotta trust yourself. You gotta trust you gotta trust you gotta trust your most high self, and that's where we at. And the only reason why it ain't hit on a big scale yet, because on How the Earth Stood Still, people we move, the majority moves. Those who are on lower vibration, their vibration only jump up and move and ascend in a quick manner under the precedence, and the precedence hasn't happened yet.
Right.
Correct.
People seeing all this, disasters on the internet and whatnot. They see it, but it ain't happening in their face. They ain't came and start coming down the street and whatnot, coming for war. They still doing this. Exactly. They still doing the subtle. So, y'all, you be better than the masses and wake yourself up. Even if you don't believe it, even if you still scared, even if you just trying to figure out, you still trying to figure it out. Make that better decision on yourself. It's just gonna pay in the long run. Yes, you may be out, you may be in the outcast for a minute, and you're gonna be in the outcast for a long time, but you're gonna be in a better position spiritually, and people gonna know it. They're gonna do all they can to break you down, but that's their lesson, that's their trauma, that's their lesson that they have to go through, because that's you seeing if you are true about what you are supposed to be doing.
Exactly.
That's self-testing self. Yeah.
Yep. And
Right.
you are testing self.
You are testing you every single time. Absolutely. Every time you say, I'm gonna get healthy, I'm gonna lose 15 pounds. Well, I'm about to send these cookies to your ass.
Exactly.
Stop a fucking burger in your face.
Right.
You're gonna do it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Krispy
funny.
Kreme. Exactly.
Right.
I'm ready.
I just said I wanted to lose this weight. Well, I just said that if you want to lose this weight, then you gonna not get these Krispy Kreme. We're gonna see what I'm gonna eat them. I'm gonna see what I'm gonna do. Oh, you didn't? Okay, good. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna let you pass for right now, but later down the line, when you keep pushing towards that, I'm gonna throw something else at you. Yeah. Well, why am I doing this? Because I need to get to a better level. I need to know that I want to get to that better level.
Right. Indeed.
Consciously, yeah.
Indeed. And just to add to that again, this is all you.
Yeah.
This is you making the agreements to do XYZ. It is you that's saying, I want to have this experience. It's you.
Yeah.
This is all you. This is the contract you made with yourself. Okay? Even this shit is so cold, y'all. And when you get there, you'll get there. Even the pure fact of reincarnating and the forgetting. The collective consciousness agreed on that rule. Let's be clear. Ain't nobody forcing us for the forgetting. When this matrix, this physical experience was put together and the rules were created, okay? That's the metaphysics stuff we were talking about. That was part of one of the rules. Okay? And the rule was put in place for the forgetfulness so you can elevate and truly test yourself to say, okay, now the last little incarnation, you did XYZ, but you said you wanted to do XYZ. Okay? Mm-hmm. So you didn't fulfill what you said you wanted to do. Okay? So when you return to the source, you rewrite up your contract. But you know part of that stipulations of the rules to this particular matrix is that level of forgetfulness. So you're testing yourself at the soul level. Yes, nephew.
I even look at the level of forgetfulness as training wheels. Because at this point, you should be trusting in yourself. You should be trusting your heart shot at that point. So you don't need set training wheels. You don't need the contract. You don't need to remember the experience of previous lifetimes. No, because in this particular lifetime, you have mastered self. So thus you're only turning back to self, and then you already have the answer. So thus you don't need anything else at that point. So there is nothing to remember because you're living in the moment. You're living in the now.
In the now. And that is absolutely correct. That's a great way to put it also.
Don't you find it just interesting that you yourself is telling you yourself that, yeah, we finna go back. I'm finna go back. I'm finna redo this shit again because I messed up.
Right.
I'm finna forget everything I fucked up at. I'm finna go back down.
It's deep.
And then think about it, how many times many of us done redid it. Like, yeah, I'm finna go back. I gotta go back. Like, damn, bro, didn't you just? Yeah.
Right.
I was like, yeah. Damn, you finna go back? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, and people get fighting, man. I wouldn't fucking choose. That's the baby way. Okay, you didn't choose. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just telling you what my experience is. So you go on and figure out what you say, what you didn't choose. But yeah, when you get at that soul level and you start asking yourself these questions and you like, get the fuck out of here. What?
But no, Auntie, when they say they didn't choose, like let's say a lady, someone in a violent relationship, they're choosing to go back to that relationship and be in that violence because they could essentially leave. They can go to another country. They can
absolutely.
But they are choosing to make the excuses as, oh, he was drunk. Oh, this happened. Oh, I did this and the other to maintain that level of that love that they're knowing.
Right.
But they have the ability to make the difference. As you said, they're just not choosing to do so.
Yep. Well, all right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, nephew. No, go ahead.
No, because you know that stagnation is just, once again, it's distracting you from the fact that, okay, damn, this road starting to come to this end. Because once you start getting to that point to where you gotta ascend and you gotta evolve, shit gotta go. Shit gotta be sacrificed for you.
Yeah. So like, your soul is done with the experience, like Susan said. Your soul is done with the experience. Like, okay, I done been there, done that, got the t-shirt, this, that, and the third. I'm done with it.
Right.
Your soul is that's why I say, you can solve all of this when you stand in front of that mirror and you start asking yourself questions on who you really are. Because your soul knows it. Your soul knows.
And you know you're not living your true self because you're having this reflection.
Exactly. And you know you're not living your true self.
That is correct.
Indeed.
But it's good to hear from y'all. I'm glad
good to
y'all
hear from you.
Love you too, Antoine.
Love y'all big
Love
time.
you
Man.
too.
Love you too.
Love you more.
Love you too.
Yes, I'm glad y'all. Everybody it's just, I'm glad everybody just staying focused. I'm just glad everybody just, it's still them and they still growing. And
absolutely.
As I say, like me and my lady say, all this shit happening and we still going back and forth, focusing on what we focusing on.
Exactly.
I'm like, when you focusing and you align what you supposed to be doing, it could be a whole blizzard around you and you be walking, it'd be a clear as day.
Yeah.
Clear as day, warm as a kitten.
Yep.
Exactly. Indeed. So y'all, so when you focus on your right path when external things is happening outside of you, and it's trying to see if it's just gonna throw you off. Let me just see if I'm finna throw me off real quick. I'm doing real good. All right, it's time for me to throw me off real quick.
Yeah, and it's just to make sure you've gotten the experience / the lesson. That's all that is. Yeah, it's not to punish yourself. It's just you put that in your particular program to test you to make sure you truly got that experience / lesson.
You say you've grown. Here's a grown experience. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Like example, in my gym, like when we training and whatnot, and somebody actually grinding and working, somebody gonna like do a sneak attack. Let me see if he on this game. Let's see if he only his P's and Q's. Oh, you let me get you. You ain't on your P's and Q's. That's all you doing with yourself.
Exactly.
I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be on point. Oh, you got into a car accident. You start cussing out. Damn it! Didn't you just say to me that you was better? Damn.
Right.
Let me hold this shit back. So
right.
When y'all start viewing it like that and asking like Auntie Rhonda say, asking yourself those questions and whatnot and getting those answers, y'all move with that, man. I feel like I believe that those who is here, who come and tune in and whatnot and take this information and apply it consistently.
Supposed to.
You getting close or damn near to the results that you want. And y'all stay on it. You there, exactly. You there, and it's happening, and it's gonna continue to happen. And I wish the best for everybody. Everybody stay focused. Everybody stay on it. And don't put yourself in no state of worry. Prepare yourself and be aware of what's going on. Make sure you prepared on all levels. You gotta be prepared. You still need to be prepared on all levels and in all frames and all aspects. But once you do all that you're supposed to do, plus that additional, you sit back and you let the universe drive. And you just pay attention and you be aware.
Yeah.
Indeed. Thank you, nephew. It's really good hearing your voice. Really, really good hearing your voice.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. So we're going to get into last words. So, nephew, why you have any last words for the family?
I just keep adding on to what we're talking about. To focus on self. As Anton was saying, you are going to put yourself in positions to distract yourself, but you have to, as you said, show that you've grown. As he was just talking about, you got in an accident, and all of a sudden you start cussing and carrying on. But Auntie Rhonda said, no, check your ego, check your emotions, because the situation's happening. You were supposed to have learned from it previously. Now you should have shown that growth when it happened again. So you shouldn't be going all crazy because you had this situation. You should be more collective. And that essentially will continue your progression. You realize, okay, I handled this situation good. Next situation comes around, you got that with no problem. Right. In fact, you start seeing these situations disappear because you no longer have to experience them no more. That's what I've done to realize. There's a lot of like issues I was having with people, and I'm like, I don't have them anymore because I already dealt with that demon, you would call it, before. I've grown in myself, and now I don't even need to have that experience anymore.
Right.
Thus, I don't have that experience anymore. So it's really, as we're coming to realize, it's really a trip that it's all on us. It's really how I
Right, it
perceive the
is.
situation. It's how I respond to the situation. And if I don't go through the experience to grow, I'm just going to have to repeat that part of my life and have to grow through it, because it's as I signed up for this position, and I guess I have it in my work ethic not to fail. So we're gonna, as you said, repeat this over and over, because we're intended to pass. We're intended to go to that next level. So don't beat up on yourself, no matter what position you are. You're technically in the right position. You're on time. You're not late. It's you're not behind schedule. It's not because auntie and granny didn't do it before that okay, I can't do it now. No, right now in this point in time is our opportunity to make that change, and we don't have to change the world. Fuck the NPC. No. As long as we are good, we've tapped in, source will take care of our energy source accordingly. The rest of them, yeah, they're recycled on this third density. We can see that already. But when we transition, because we all know there is a transition, they even tell us that we're supposed to go to heaven or you're supposed to go to hell. So we know our souls have a transitionary period from this plane. So I don't know why people are getting so caught up in the materialistic world in the first place, because you should be prepared.
Can you take it with you?
Transition. Yeah. I can't, like example, I can go, Antoine's at the gym. We can work all day long. We can't take this physique to the gym. But the dedication, the determination, the discipline that it took us to go to the gym, that now grew us into a different mindset, into a different being that does translate to that next form of fashion. So it's not the physical, but the experience that we've gone through and the mindset that we had to develop to endure that situation. That's really what we're here for, because that's what we're going to need to grow past. Like like the things that we're doing now, as you said, we've devolved in certain aspect of our family. Like we don't have family anymore. We don't have that family aspect. But if we had that, a lot of the problems that we've had in life wouldn't be there. So you see, we need to go back to those certain things, because it's not the physical, I need to have money. No, it's the structure that we need to have that's going to make. So with that said, love you, family. Brother Anton, thanks for joining us tonight. It was a very surprised and welcome situation. Thank you for that. Brother Sean, thank you for the words of wisdom. As I said, as a young man, hearing your perspective really adds to my development as a being, because it shows that I'm not, like I say, alone in this mindset, because not everyone shares our perspective. But to hear it reflected from a wise individual as yourself just shows that yes, we're on the right path. And to Sandra, and thanks for reflecting your growth in the situation, because it shows that no matter where you are in this journey, you can bring yourself to where you need to be and do the things that your shadow work that will gain you the perspective you need to make the change and start being the oracle around your family that they need you to be. So, and then Auntie Rhonda, once again, thank you. Your flowers we are indebted to you with our love to you, because the energy that you bring towards us every week is something that we are desperately in need of. And we're glad that Source has invoked it within you to distribute it to us. Thank you for that. We love you. We'll see y'all next week.
Okay. Love you, nephew.
Love you. Thank you.
Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Well, it's a good night when you learn something about yourself. It's a very good night. Anytime you learn something, you're learning how to make the self better. So, and I do know where I left off, when I had that past life experience. I know exactly where I was. But, I've been thinking how to get it better or what happened. So I'm glad to hear all this tonight, because it kind of fills in some of those gaps, because you have to get that memory back of what happened and why, and so you can go further and be better and complete your task. So it was good to hear all of this wonderful knowledge tonight. Thank you so much for the lesson. And thank you, Brother Sean, for your wisdom. And for all of you who had so much wisdom tonight, I appreciate you. I really do.
Indeed.
And I would say good night to all of you.
Thank you, sis.
We love you, Auntie.
Brother
Thank
Sean,
you.
you have any last words for the family?
Well, dealing with the ego and from the ego. I'm not here to be a politician, not here to be a debater. I'm about that healing. I'm about that work. If I was to take a title, it would be medicine man. I'm here to help you get your ego in alignment with your soul. Your soul doesn't require ascension.
Mm-mm.
It's your ego
Hmm.
elevating in frequency.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Yeah.
That's
It's your
fire.
ego that has fallen and embraces lower frequencies. That's how it exists because it's a lower frequency. But if you want to take it to light or crystalline aspects, that's a whole different frequency of
Yes.
being. You have to let go of everything that no longer serves you.
That's right.
Mama provides you with everything you need to boost your ego in the right ways. That requires letting go. Letting go means detoxing, purging, getting the shit out of your ego
Right.
that it don't need. That means getting shit out your body that it doesn't need. How can your body serve the higher purpose of the soul if you're not utilizing it correctly? Those are some of the lessons that we learn and end up repeating. This body, bioorganic computer, keeps records of what you did
Hmm.
while you utilized it. Everything goes to the Akashic records. But either way, I love y'all.
All right.
Wholeness and power.
Thank you, Brother Sean.
Love you.
So I just want to thank everybody. Thank you to the YouTube chat. You all were bringing very valuable information as you always do. And thank you to the family that's listening via YouTube. And of course, thank you to my panel. So, thank you, nephew Antoine. It was good hear your voice, have you come and put something on it. Thank you, nephew Nuwa. It's just I'm really, really just amazed how you have grown. We've literally witnessed it here, and it's a beautiful thing. And we're proud of you. Keep doing what you're doing. Thanks to Sandra for holding it down as usual, as the other
Mm-hmm.
divine feminine. And sis,
Mm-hmm.
you have grown a lot. I'm like, whoa. So those of you that's been rocking with us for years, y'all don't understand, boy. Me and sis Sandra used to be swinging, baby. I'm like, I don't want to hit it. Blah, 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 etc., etc. And she the Lord this and the Lord that, and I don't give a F about none of that. Woo! And it never took away how we felt about each other. She had a different perspective. I wasn't with it, but we still respected each other. So I never thought that I would see the day that she's like, Okay, no, it's not about that. It's about XYZ. So it's just a beautiful thing to see all of us grow. And then
Yeah.
shout and
Yeah.
shout out to Brother Sean.
Yeah.
Appreciate
For
you as
sure.
well. I seen the growth in you as well. Things that, even with myself, things that I thought was important, I'm like, wait a minute, that shit ain't important. So thank you all so much. I really, really honor you. And
That's
I
just
give you your flowers as well. Yes.
um, about next week. Were
Oh
we
yeah, yeah,
still
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
do
yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on and announce it. You go on and announce it. We're gonna do it on Thursday. I'm glad you reminded me. Go ahead, announce it.
family next Thursday? What we want to do is have a family reunion type show.
Family reunion. Keep on, Brother
When you
Sean.
come, where we share stories of family reunions, the foods we
Ding dong
eat,
ding dong.
etc., etc.
Family
It's a time for
reunion.
us to get together and have some fun. No
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
politics, none of that.
Get
But
together.
I believe
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
what will be revealed is through the family reunion stories and the stories that we share, the, the foods and everything will prove about indigenous culture because no other people on the planet do it the way that we do it.
Absolutely.
That's truth.
And and we can show that and have a living record of our own about our stories.
Yep.
We don't need nobody else to tell our stories, and we don't need to do it for their recognition.
Absolutely.
This is for our children. This is for us. These are the things that we need to be doing, where we're leaving the records for our children and grandchildren, being told by us, not expecting someone else to do it. But this is also a way to bring us closer, where it's not just a internet thing, where you actually feel comfortable coming amongst each other and being who we are by simply sharing our stories and our American experience because it's all ours. Love y'all, but
Indeed. Okay, thanks,
get your
Brother Sean.
stories,
Get your
get
stories
your
together.
stories ready. Talk to your
Exactly.
aunties, uncles,
Right.
if y'all want to have them be a part of it, your grandparents, this, that, or the
Right.
other. It's about family.
Exactly. Okay, so we're talking the food, the music, just the way, families. It's a cultural thing, okay? Because I know once we start getting into this next week, you're gonna be like, hell no, yeah, we used to do that. Da 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 da. So yeah, we're gonna do the family reunion like the OJs. So it ain't gonna be monetized next week because I gotta bring that song on, okay? All right. So thanks for
All
reminding
right.
me on that. So just giving everybody
Heads up.
their recognition. So thank you all, fam. We will be back next week. It's going to be about family reunion, about fun. So get your little stories together so we can kick it. Okay. So with that said, fam, love you all very much. You have everything you need because what you need is just you. So with that said, we are out of here. We're Truth Uncompromised. Peace and love, fam.
It's love.
On this empower.
We love y'all.
One.